All right. Hello, everybody. We are live. And I'm just getting it all set up here. There we go. All right. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. All right, let's see what we can do here. So let's grab our cards first off. And let's see what we can come up with. Alrighty. So, let me move my stuff around here. We're essentially all set up and ready to go, so let's shuffle the cards, and then we'll do readings for July 29th and July 30th. Just general readings here. And then we'll go from there. Let's keep shuffling here. Alrighty. 2 more shuffles with these cards, and we'll go to the next cards here. We got 3 decks, and so once one of these is shuffled, we got to go to the next one. Always takes us a minute. What do we need to know for the 29th of July? Let's shuffle these ones. The Energy Oracle deck here. Let's do another one. See what we got going on here. Ooh, nice shuffle. Nice shuffle. Let's do one more here. Alrighty, let's see what we get here. Just gonna make sure we are all set to go. Okay, let's get started. Move this one up, this one, and this one. And let's do pile 1, pile 2. Pile 1, pile 2. Alrighty. So let's go with pile 1. Let's see what we get. And let's move the camera there. All right, so pile 1. We have gotten, this is for tomorrow, so this is for Thursday. We have got Blossoming Abundance in reverse. Itchy nose. The Star card, also in reverse. And 7 of Wands. Okay, so when we're talking about these cards here, Blossoming Abundance, the Star card in reverse, we could be in a situation where we're moving away from something that's no longer serving us. And I see the 7 of Wands here, and you'll notice that he has his hand up and he's kind of like retreating, right? And there's all those wands that are coming after him, and he's putting his hands up and he's retreating. And the wands, to me, have kind of a more masculine or more of a phallic kind of symbology to them. And so it's kind of like, wait a minute, I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to stop from taking action and work towards something else. So I feel like we're getting in touch with I feel like Spirit was coming in here and saying something about our inner sacred kind of divine nature. But we're moving away of what no longer works for us anymore. And because of that, the Blossoming Abundance is in reverse and the Star card is in reverse. So we could have had something happen, or something could happen on Thursday where we feel lost or we feel like it's not exactly working out for us. These cards here, to me, that's what they could represent. There also could be an Aquarian individual that could be causing trouble or mischief in some way, shape, or form. So that's something that we could also look out on. But the Blossoming Abundance in reverse and the 7 of Wands here is really making me feel that we need to focus on getting rid of what no longer works, as we've talked about before, but also allowing things to work for us. Like, not trying to force anything, just allowing things to happen the way they need to. So, honestly, it's not, to me, this isn't too bad of a situation. It's just going to be Thursday for some of us. It could be that we're dealing with a situation that could be out of left field. And for some of us, it could be something major. So, not necessarily anything bad, but at first it could seem that way. But I feel like it's actually going to guide us towards something better in the future. So that's what I'm seeing so far for Thursday, like I was saying. Okay, so let's move these cards over here. And now we can move on to pile number 2 for Thursday. So here's the second pile, and I will show you the cards here. So we have the 2 of Swords. Okay. Let me do this here. Sorry, I'm trying to get the camera moved. There we go. Let's try this and let's see how this looks. So right here we have the 2 of Swords, okay? Then we have the 5 of Swords in reverse. And then we're followed by the World card right here. So the World card is an interesting card in this scenario. So 2 of Swords is there could be a crossroads in our mind. There could be something, because we're talking about 2 ways, so we can go left, we can go right. So generally this is a choice card. 2 is also the second chakra that we have in our body is the number 2. It deals with choice. And so 2 is a card of choice. It's a card of choosing between this or that, left and right, this path, that path. And so this right here is mentally we're trying to think about what it is we want to bring in, what it is we want to attract. 5 of Swords in reverse right here. This is something that I feel is going to be, I'll take a look at this card, okay? 5 of Swords in reverse, you can kind of see he's on a tightrope, or what looks like, it almost looks like he's on little sword stilettos, okay? Like he's wearing some heels, he's going for it. And the World card here, so we could be looking at getting rid of mental habits that are blocking us from achieving what it is we want to have. So, and this could be a painful process. This could be a process that's not exactly something easy or fun to go through, But when I see the World card being upright, that's making me feel like this is actually really good. This is something really good that we could be working with, and that we could be working on as kind of a group collective or a group consciousness. Seeing as these are the general readings here, that's kind of what we're focused on right now. So that being said, the important thing for us to focus on would be to allow ourselves to keep things going. So the World card, it's not a card of like good or bad energy, it's just a card. It's kind of like the Wheel of Fortune card, right? So it's kind of a card of progress. It's a card of letting things progress. It's a card of letting things happen for us, letting certain things happen for us, and not being afraid of the results or feeling like we're doing the wrong thing. It's just allowing us to sort of be in that mentality here. But when I see the Five of Swords in reverse, we could be looking at just learning how to let go, what that could possibly mean for us when we're talking about letting go. So that's what I'm seeing here so far. So let me move this a little bit closer that way. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. So let's move on to Friday. Let's see what we can get here. So let me shuffle these cards. Let's see what we can get for Friday. Alrighty. You guys get to see me shuffle. These cards are a little harder to shuffle. Okay, those ones are shuffled. Let's move on to these ones. These ones are much easier to shuffle. Even if I didn't quite do it right. They are still easier to shuffle. Let's try shuffling this way. I wonder if I can do it this way. No, not really. Let's keep shuffling though. Let's keep trying. Alright, let's move on to these ones. Alrighty. So this one's going to be for Friday. It'll be a general. Let's see what we get here. Okay, so we got pile 1, pile 2, or pile 1 is this one, pile 2 is going to be this one. So I'm going to read let's read pile 1. Let's see what we can get here. It's mirrored on your guys' end, but on this one, this is the first one for me, and then it's like flipped around. So let's do this one. Let's see what we can get for Friday. So we have Goddess of the Moon. Sorry. Goddess of the Moon in reverse. 2 of Cups right here. That one is upright. And then we have Page of Cups in reverse. So when I see Goddess of the Moon in reverse, 2 of Cups, and then Page of Cups in reverse, it's making me think that Friday we could have a situation where we're not necessarily trusting our intuition. Okay? So this could be a situation where there could be someone very pretty or very beautiful, someone fun to look at, someone maybe they're fun to be around, but there could be something that we're missing. There could be something that this person's doing that we could be missing. So it could be that, like I said, they're charismatic, they're beautiful, they're fun to look at, they're fun to be with, but maybe they're hiding something, or maybe there's like red flags and we're not necessarily seeing those. We're kind of blinded by the situation. It's like, oh, they're so beautiful. Look at how beautiful they are. But know this, my friend. Beauty does not mean you're a good person. If that was the case, that'd be wonderful. But it's not. It's not the case. People can be physically beautiful and they can have rotten souls. So I say always kind of dig further, always sort of follow that intuition, right? But this right here is saying that we could be, because it's in reverse, we could be ignoring the intuition that we have. But there could be a connection on Friday, and if there is a connection on Friday, play that one very, very cautiously, very safely. I'm not saying don't do it, because you guys can do your own thing. You guys are, you're adults, hopefully. You guys can do your own thing. But just play it safe. Be cautious. There's nothing wrong with being a little skeptical, with being a little cautious. I feel like, especially if we're getting to know somebody, or if someone is coming back into our lives, and the relationship did not exactly go the best, we could have a possible water sign trying to come back in our lives, because Page of Cups in reverse would be the it'd be the Page of Cups in the never mind. Some of these cards have different meanings for them, but Page of Cups would be the Page of Cups in any other deck. But when it's in reverse like this, it could be a very immature water sign, or a very immature sign where we're looking at someone who doesn't understand their emotions, or someone who could maybe not want to understand your emotions. So someone who could possibly be emotionally stunted could be coming in, right? Possibly maybe a P name for this person as well. I'm not sure, but it feels like that could be something that's going on here. So just be careful, be extra careful around this time if there are connections. But I am feeling, and for some of us, I feel like there could actually be a situation where there could be more than one person that's chasing after us, and maybe the one we don't necessarily want could be coming after us again. So that's what I'm seeing here. So let's move on to the second pile. Let's see what we can get here. Let's do this. Put these away. Okay. Hey Liz, how's it going? How is it going? My voice is kind of giving out for a second here. Trying a new format. I'm seeing how this goes. So we're on to, and I can change the camera back pretty easy. I just wanted to see how this looked and kind of go from there. But let's look at the cards here together. So this is the Seven of coins. This is upright. It may not look like it on your end, but this is upright for me, so I'm going to read it as upright. Angel of strength, again, upright. And then we have Father of cups. So again on Friday, awesome, Liz, I'm glad you like it. Perfect. Again on Friday, we could be looking at a situation where, so the Seven of coins here, I'll have you look at this card. So it's someone taking something and they're harvesting. They're like getting ready. So it's a card of harvest. It's a card of kind of reaping what you sow, so to speak, right? But then we have the Angel of Strength and we have the Father of Cups. So we could have something happen on Friday where we could be looking at our own emotional maturity and maybe how far we've come in a certain situation. So maybe we have something that triggers us or makes us feel a certain way, but then we immediately feel like, oh, I don't feel nearly as bad as I did before about this kind of issue. So we could have something where we're revisiting things emotionally, maybe past turmoils or past kind of situations where it was really difficult for us, and now we're finding those things aren't necessarily as difficult. The reason I say that is because all of these cards are upright, reaping what we sow. If we're healing and we're getting better, then whatever we're planting is also going to be better and it's going to be stronger. Hopefully that makes sense. Angel of Strength is showing that we have emotional strength, we have emotional integrity, and we're able to take this moving forward and do something with it. So we're planting the seeds that are going to grow into even stronger trees or plants, and then we're taking those seeds that are even stronger and we're going to plant those again. Basically, this right here is that we're on a self-improvement track, or rather that we're doing better and better and better. So it feels like things are progressing because they are progressing. So I would say this is a really good sign. This is something for us to definitely look at and be happy about. Maybe not too happy, right? Maybe not too excited because there's still a ways to go, but celebrate those little victories and celebrate them in a little way or in kind of a medium way. But I want it to be something. The reason why I don't want us to celebrate all of these things is because I'm feeling like we would be constantly celebrating because it feels like there's going to be a lot of progress happening. So what we can do is we can just sort of revel or bask in the glory of the fact that we're doing better. And so to me, that's going to be something we can do moving forward. That's going to be something we can definitely take a look at moving forward here. So that's what I got for these cards here. But let's do this here. So let's shuffle these cards again. Give me 1 second here, guys. Okay. I've just got my phone right here, and so I'm just going to look and see if we have any, and we don't for the time being. So that is okay. That is okay. So what we'll do now is we'll move on to doing just let's do a weekly, how is our, well, let's do this. I'm just going to shuffle the cards here. What is the overall theme for this week? Or let's do the overall theme for Wednesday, and then let's do the overall theme for Friday. So let's do the overall theme for Wednesday here and see what we can do. overall theme for Wednesday, and then overall theme for Friday. So let's look at that. The overall theme for Wednesday right here is woman holding a heart. So that's a good card. That's a good card. So Wednesday is going to be us. Hey there, I'm just going to call you Jay. How are you doing? How's everything going? Yes, it is, Jay. You can kind of see how I work here and decide if that's something you want to do. But yeah, it is donation. It's donation based. So Wednesday is going to be a day where we're looking at focusing more on kind of where the heart is, or where the heart is going to be, I guess, going. Like I said, on Wednesday, there could be a water sign individual, or no, Wednesday was, no, okay. I think that was Friday, that was the water sign. So Wednesday, though, still feels like there could be a lot of heart. There could still be a lot of love kind of situations going on here. When I see the woman holding the heart, to me, that's definitely saying that this person is ready to, I guess, fall in love, right? You are okay, Jay. Don't worry about that. No problem with that, my friend, okay? No, this is for this Wednesday. I'm doing the overall energy for, this will be the overall energy for this Wednesday, and then the overall energy for Friday. Sorry, I should have made that clear. But yeah, Jay, you're just fine. Don't worry about coming in and asking. I'm not upset at all. You can absolutely ask. Hopefully you're having a good day so far, my friend. Yeah, so woman holding a heart is definitely going to be focusing more on love situations for Wednesday. Now, this could also be a situation where maybe we're seeing what makes us tick in love, like what makes us what gives us joy, what makes us happy, what is it that we would want in a relationship. So or not Wednesday, this is Thursday. I kept saying Wednesday. I'm on Wednesday now, so this is Thursday's card. I am so sorry, guys. Little scattered, little tired, but I promise we'll figure this out together. So this one here is definitely something where, yes, I mean tomorrow. You are exactly right, Liz. I didn't mean next. You're right on the Wednesday thing. I normally don't do it that way. I can understand why you were confused now, and I just made it worse. I made it worse by what I was saying. I'm trying here. I'm trying my hardest. A little tired, little teeny bit tired. So yeah, so this will be kind of finding out what it is we do and we don't want, which I talk about on this channel. It's good when we have relationships where we find out what we don't want, because the more relationships we have and we find out what we don't want, then we realize what we do want. We realize what's going on, what's important to us. So this could be a time for us to look and reflect on new things, new situations, and new kind of love scenarios that could possibly come in here. But that's what I'm seeing so far for Wednesday. Now or Thursday. This is for Thursday. Now we're going to do Friday's card, and let's see what we get here. So I'm going to shuffle these again, and then we'll do Friday's card, and we'll see what we get. No worries, you're good. Okay, perfect. Move this. There we go. I'll move it back up a little bit so we can see. All right, so let's see what we get here for Friday. If I could zoom the camera out, you guys could see a little bit of everything, but I don't quite have that set up yet. So. Oops. All right, let's do this. This will be for Friday's overall energy. Friday, we were talking more about the love situation, possibly with a water sign. One of those water signs was very immature. So there could be an immature water sign. But the other water sign seemed to be much more mature. It seemed to be a water sign that was a little more mature, but we didn't talk about it in the signifier way because I didn't feel like it was important. For pile 2, I didn't feel like that was necessarily as important because it felt like it was more geared towards us talking about our own emotional well-being. There could definitely be a water sign, but it felt like it was more geared towards us doing something for us, not for somebody else. So do this here. Okay. I remember, Liz. I remember the 2 water signs, Scorpio and Pisces, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it was Cancer. Scorpio and Pisces. Let's look at the situation for Friday here. See, now that's a card. So Friday, we have the Deceit card, right? So the Deceit card is interesting because we talked about this on Wednesday, I believe. On Wednesday, we were talking about that there could be someone possibly not telling the truth, or someone possibly lying to us. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was on Thursday. So Thursday was kind of a more rough situation kind of scenario. So for this one, it feels like on Friday, I'm just seeing a lot of similar energies here, and so I'm trying to link the 2 together. Friday to me is going to be a day where we are going to be more. I will say this because I feel like it's important no matter what. Be cautious, be safe in whatever it is we're trying to do, especially if we're going to be with another person, if we're going to be working with another person, if we're going to be, possibly intimate with another person. Be safe and make sure that we know as much as we can about what we're getting into. Because you just don't know. You don't know until you know, kind of a situation. So it's important for us to be careful. It's important for us to understand things. Don't be overly cautious, because then everything in life sort of stops. When we're overly cautious, we kind of forget to live life. But don't be dismissive either. If someone is showing you their true colors, kind of lean into that. Pisces asked me on a date Friday, but I don't know. Well, we do have the Deceit card. And if you're not feeling sure, Liz, then I would definitely say, listen to that. Because I feel like you've told me about this person before. Was the Pisces the one that was the Pisces the one that you hurt their ego because you said something? Like they got upset and kind of acted like a baby? Was that the one that we're talking about, or was that the different one? Because I can't remember. The one you were having fun and joking around with, and then you said something. You said you didn't appreciate that or you didn't like that, and they got upset. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. If that's all someone's wanting, and you're wanting a partner, like that's what you're wanting, or you're wanting someone to share life with, then I can understand that situation. Because you're wanting, you would give that to somebody if they were in your life and you knew they would stay in there. That comes part and parcel, the whole thing. But if someone just wants sex or just wants that part, but not the other parts, then I can absolutely understand that, because you want to protect your own self, your own interests that way. It's important to protect your energy, right? Whatever that could mean to you. And it's important to set boundaries. It's important to say, this is what I will and won't stand for. And that will scare away lesser people. And when I say lesser, I mean people that are not ready for you. Hey, Maxine. Yeah, when I say lesser people, people that are not ready for you in their lives. You setting boundaries is actually stating, this is what I will and won't tolerate. And in that case, as long as you don't budge on those boundaries, you're good. Eventually, you'll attract people that will listen to you and will respect you because you are setting boundaries. But it will scare off lesser people, or people that are not going to be interested. And that's a good thing, because it weeds the people out that would waste your time. So that's why knowing ourselves, understanding our own boundaries, and then going out in the dating world is a very important thing to do, because without that, we kind of allow anyone to come in, because we're like, oh, you're interested in me. I need to bend over backwards and make sure that everything that you want is taken care of. When we know ourselves better, we don't allow people like that to come into our lives and to use us and then leave. We're allowing things to happen for us, and we're seeing what people are and how they operate. So it's important for us to have that kind of, I guess, mentality, right, would be the word for it. So Friday is going to be a day where I just want us to be very careful, be very cautious. What is it that we want, or what is it that we don't want in this situation? And again, that's why I always talk about that. And thank you, Liz, for saying the very true, because that's the thing I talk about on this channel a lot. We know ourselves better. We attract the person in our lives that we want to attract. If we don't know ourselves, we keep attracting the wrong person. We keep attracting people that touch on trauma, and they trigger that kind of shame in us. Until we start to work through our trauma, until we start to work through things, we keep attracting those people. But once we've worked through stuff, once we've worked through our own inner world, our own kind of, we've integrated our child self, we've done all this kind of work, then things kind of start shifting, and we can see how things are. We can see without having to, we kind of just know, right? It's not necessarily a psychic sense, but it's looking at the red flags. It's seeing how people move, how they operate, what's going on, and we'll understand what that means. So, and a lot of times we want to be with people who are patient with us. We want to be with people who aren't trying to rush the situation. In my opinion, if someone's trying to rush a relationship along really quick, you've known them for 1 or 2 dates, they want you to move in with them, huge red flag. You know, there's all these kinds of things that can happen where there's a lot of red flag situations. We want things to progress slowly, and we want things to progress in a way that feels natural and organic, versus someone forcing a relationship, or someone trying to force a situation to happen. So that's something that can happen when we're looking at relationships, and that can make it difficult. You know, we're kind of thinking, who's on our side, who's in our corner, and it's going to be people that let you be you, and that let you express yourself in a true and genuine way, and then they don't condemn you for it, right? And like, there's a lot of scenarios where it's easier for us to say, it's easier for us to not say anything. But I'm going to bring this up, Liz, because something happened that was you standing up for yourself and saying, I don't appreciate that, or I don't like that. Awesome. That's perfect. That's what you want to do. If someone doesn't understand why you did that, it's not for them to understand. It's important for you to be true to yourself. And so when you did that, a part of me was like, hell yeah, that's good. That's good. You're establishing something, and you're saying what's going on. And honestly speaking, honesty is going to be the thing that makes a relationship work. Holding our tongue, being complacent, being quiet isn't going to allow the relationship to progress anywhere. And then we hold in resentments. And then those resentments come forth at times that just, those resentments come forth and they rear their head at the perfect and appropriate time, every time. So it's important to have people we can talk to, people we can grow with. I mean, it's good to have that period of like not knowing where the relationship is going because it's something new, and it's that kind of situation. But eventually, yeah. No, no, Liz, you didn't. You didn't do anything wrong. Because I can imagine how you said it. I imagine something happened, and here's kind of how I'm seeing it happening. You guys were talking to each other, and then you said, "I don't appreciate that." I imagine you were neutral when you said it. Maybe you were a teeny bit upset. Either way, but I imagine you were calm enough that it wasn't like, "I don't appreciate that," and you were like yelling at them. I imagine you said it in a calm way, and I imagine you said it in a way that was like standing up for yourself. So I don't think you did anything wrong. But of course, the other person, if their ego is very fragile, they're going to look at you and they're going to make you feel like you did something wrong because they're trying to get that power back that you, quote unquote, stole, which you didn't. All you did was you said you didn't appreciate it. Perfectly fine. If people have a problem with that, that's on them. That's not you. If anything, it just shows what you're willing to, and what you're willing not to put up with. So it's a good thing, honestly. It's a really good thing. Yeah, see, if you were calm, then you're fine. If you yelled at them, right? If you were yelling and you were really upset and you said you didn't appreciate it and you were calling them names and stuff, then I'd be like, yeah, that's not right. But in that situation, I don't doubt that you were calm. But you're practicing, you're trying something out, and that's good. Okay. Hold on 1 second here. Okay. Yeah, so that's something moving forward that we'll address on the channel, and we'll talk about stuff like that. And I mention people that talk about I always mention the inner child because that's part of where our boundaries and our sense of self comes from. It's important to understand where that is so that we can understand what's going on, because a lot of us, when we have an injured inner child, what that looks like is like absolute people pleasing. And what that means is that you will make sure everyone is the most comfortable that they've ever been in their lives all the time, as long as they're in your presence. And if these people, for any reason, question you, or they try to say, if these people try to do anything, we get upset. If they're upset with us, we're incredibly upset with ourselves because we're people pleasers. And if anyone is upset with us, that means the world's going to end. It's not the case, but it's how it feels. I've been that way, still am that way, still trying to understand what that means to establish boundaries, to focus on that. So by no means do I have it figured out. I'm still learning, but I know it comes from that wounded inner child. And another thing that we can have is emotional hypervigilance, and that's where we're looking at a situation and we're trying to read everyone's emotional responses to see if people are happy. And only then, only if everyone else has been met and their needs have been exhaustively taken care of, can we then even think about taking care of ourselves. And that creates a lot of resentment because the people that we're taking care of so tedious and so studiously, like we're really taking care of them, they will not give us that same energy or presence back. Because what we're doing is we're basically breaking our back to help someone, and we're realizing that people won't necessarily do that for us. And that's okay. People can decide not to do something or to do something, but if we're overreaching and overdoing and we get burned out and we get tired and then we blame them for it when we're the ones that need to work on what's going on with us, that's something where the inner child wounds can sort of come up and where we can start to heal that part of us. Hopefully that made sense, but that's something I'm still learning. Okay, I'm going to move these over for a second. All right, well, we don't have any readings yet. That's okay, though. We can do a little bit of just talking, which I think we all need every now and again. So, yeah. Move this over here. Hey there, buddy. Okay. All right, so the next thing we can talk about here is, well, give me a minute here. I feel like there's been, okay, so how do we know once our inner child is healed, or is it something ongoing? So that's going to be, we're going to know when our inner child is healed because the people and the situations that happen in our lives are going to be like much more calm. We're not going to attract people that bring drama. We're not going to attract people that try to upset our sense of peace. We're going to be allowing people in our lives that deserve to be there because they bring a sense of peace and tranquility. And because of that peace and tranquility, it gives us a sense of inner peace. So when we're constantly with people that could be putting us in a drama situation, or they're trying to pit us against each other, or there's people that are trying to make us feel like we're not entitled to our own emotions and stuff like that, that's why we feel unsafe. Once we start attracting people in our lives that are drama free and focus on allowing us to be expressive, to be ourselves, then we start to know we're on the right track that way. But in the meantime, yes, the inner child to me is something that we're always it's an ongoing process, but it's kind of like we look at who we're, like I'm saying, we look at who we're attracting. We look at who's in our life now, kind of what their values are, what they're focused on, and then we go from there. So my circle personally is kept pretty small, honestly, but I know that if I was to allow someone in my life, they would have to meet, some requirements where they have to be respectful. They don't have to believe in what I believe in. That to me isn't part of this. It's good if there's some baseline stuff there, and we can have a conversation. That's awesome. But all I ask for is respect, understanding, and just kind of chill vibes. Just if someone's bringing drama, or they're trying to bring gossip, or they're trying to do this, that, or the other, it immediately puts me in a place of like, well, if you're gossiping to me about somebody else, odds are when I'm not around, you're also gossiping to me to other people, right? Like behind my back. If you're talking to me about somebody, then odds are when I'm not around, you're also talking to me, or you're talking. Basically, they're not just talking to you and spreading rumors. They're talking to other people and spreading rumors about you as well. There's all that kind of stuff when it comes to gossiping, when it comes to drama. When we start to heal the inner child, we realize what love is, and love is not a dramatic thing. Love is something that it's kind of always there. It's not something that can just be taken away. That is conditional love. And yes, Maxine, I imagine you've learned a ton through your son. I remember you were talking about him. I believe he was 13, right? I think that's what you said, and you talked about him briefly for a second. But when we're talking about We need to go from what conditional love is to what unconditional love is. And in a lot of ways, when we were growing up, we were taught that we had to meet requirements like getting good grades in school, or doing well on a hobby or an interest, right? We had to have something that earned our love, or that earned the love that we got. So we had to go out, we had to work for love. We had to show that we were capable of receiving love. That's conditional love, because if you didn't meet those conditions, then you weren't given love or appreciation. So unconditional love is just the fact that you're alive and you exist. You get something for that. Just the fact that you're there, just the fact that you're existing. That's unconditional love, that someone would appreciate you. Love does not work on the concept of, if you hit this goal, then I'll love you. If we're with people like that, that's conditional love, right? If we're with people that let us live our own life and let us do our own things, even if they feel like maybe it's the wrong thing for us to do, but whatever, if they're letting us do our stuff, they're letting us be uniquely us, then to me that's unconditional love, and that's something that we need to have. But that's something moving forward that, again, that takes time to focus on that. But we've been conditioned, especially in the West, that we need to perform to earn something. We've become, and I've said this before on the channel, we've become human doings, not human beings. And because of that, we are told that we're only lovable when we're progressing. We're only lovable when we're earning this much money. We're only lovable when we're driving this kind of car, when we're living in this kind of house, when we're doing X, Y, and Z. That's when we're lovable. So if something happens and we're not able to do, then we feel like we've lost everything. And that is part of the conditional love system that we've been raised on. It's not true, but it's something that we've been raised on. And so we need to go in and we need to rewrite that script. We need to make it something that encompasses the condition, or the unconditional part of us, which is just the fact that we're here, right? But that's kind of how you know. That's how you know. That your inner child is doing better. And there's other things too. There's a lot of videos. Patrick Tehan, I'm not sure how you say his name. He did a video I just watched today, and he lists the lies that we had growing up as children. I'm trying to remember the first. Well, the first one was feeling like we weren't good enough, or feeling like we weren't appreciated, which is a pretty big wound kind of growing up, which is what I was talking about, that kind of conditional love situation. But then there's other ones, like feeling like maybe we're not worth knowing, right? Because we have nothing to offer. And maybe that's been put in our heads by parents or by other people in society. We have nothing to offer. Why would anyone want to know us? Kind of a thing. And that can be another kind of trigger. It's not true. It's absolutely not true. But we'll try to convince ourselves. And when we start healing our own inner child wounds, we don't allow those thoughts to be as commonplace as they once were. We allow ourselves to enter a more secure relationship with ourselves, that we get to control our own destiny, and that voice in our head has very little control over us eventually. This all takes time, and that's why I talk about gentleness on the channel as much as I do, because without that, there's no healing. Gentleness is the thing that we needed when we were growing up. Gentleness is something that allows us to be kind, and to be kind and to be courageous and to be holy in the moment. That's what gentleness allows us to do, and it allows other people to do that too. So it's a gentleness of self-expression, and through those kind of means. But it's a good video. Patrick Tehan talks about it. I thought it was really good because he talks about how people are with like touch and physical intimacy. Some people believe that love, it doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. And he talks about that too. He talks about these different ways people look at the world, and different ways that people can look at life. And it's actually pretty good. I'll put the, let's see. And the video title is, let me look here. Hold on one second, guys. There we go.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel.
Nope. We're not doing that. Very loud. Okay. I'm going to click this, but I'm going to try and pause. There we go. I didn't. Okay, there we go. So I listed the video. It is 6 lies from childhood trauma. So odds are, if we are having trouble attracting the people we want in our lives or attracting the life that we want, and things just feel difficult, and in my opinion, things feel kind of vague and ambiguous, and it's hard for us to find where we need to go next. In my personal opinion, it goes back to the inner child. It always goes back to the inner child, because what we learned during our formative years, or what we didn't learn, is the thing that's holding us back now. So we tend to build habits, or we build our lives around the information we had at the time, and then we kind of never go back and recheck things and build ourselves back up. We sort of just keep building on that foundation. And maybe the foundation that we were raised on was something that was very, very difficult. And so to go back in and secure the beams and the foundation, and to start putting in a basement, and to start actually building the house, that takes some work, but eventually it gets easier and easier, because we start reestablishing a foundation for the rest of our lives to be built off of. Hopefully that makes sense, but the video is really good. Talks about a lot of different situations and scenarios that I think you guys would find really helpful. I know I have. I really like Patrick Tihan, and he's good. Right. No, trauma's not, so trauma does not have to mean bad, just a perspective to build on. Yeah, as soon as we realize that trauma, it's not bad, but if we can become better, if we can work on embracing and accepting what we've been through now, but then say that maybe we want more out of life, or focusing on what we can do to get the most out of life that we can. That's what I want to talk about, because trauma doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's something we need to pay attention to, so that we can understand what was happening, what was going on with us at that time, how we can feel like we're doing better, and how we can kind of change our lives around for the better. So, no, trauma's not bad. It's just, it does get a bad rap, though, doesn't it? But it's just a way for us to see where we're at, I guess would be how I would describe that. Hopefully, though, what I'm saying, Liz and Maxine, hopefully that makes sense. If not, that's okay too. I'm still learning a lot about this. I'm still trying to understand it. So, if you guys have an insight, it's just an interesting topic, right? It's something that I feel like going back to and understanding may not be the funnest thing to do, but I feel like it's necessary, because we're allowing ourselves to take control and to take charge in our own lives, right? The way I kind of envision it is, the things that had happened to us when we were growing up, they may not be our fault. In fact, they probably aren't. But it's kind of our responsibility to pick up the mess. Someone else may have put the mess there for us to deal with, but it's our responsibility to pick up the mess. It's our responsibility to say, okay, I'll come in and I'll clean up as much as I can. I'll come in and I'll work through whatever's going on. Because there's just different scenarios where, okay. Awesome, Liz. I'm glad that's helpful. But there's a lot of different people that talk about it. And once we kind of learn what a foundational, like what a quote unquote normal foundational childhood could look like, or what it did look like, we can start to realize where those areas were that we kind of lacked. Maybe we, you know, some of us had alcoholic parents. Some of us had, I mean, there's any number of things that could have happened to make us feel abused or neglected or just not taken care of from mom and dad. You know, even if they were trying to do their best, even if things were going that way, the fact is we could still be carrying this stuff with us. And at that point, it's sort of, you know, it's our responsibility to pick up the pieces, so to speak, and look at what's going on. Um, and it's okay to be angry. It's okay to be upset. Dealing with this kind of stuff it can be difficult, but it also gives us a sense of growth and evolution, and it challenges us to challenge ourselves. So it can be something where we can make strides and we can get better from it. You're not just like stuck in this way of thinking. You can actually change. It may take a little bit of time, but tons and tons of people have been able to change, and I think anyone, if they put the resources, the time, and their heart into it, I believe we're all capable of change in that kind of way. Okay. I'm just going to stretch here for a second and okay. I will leave when I come back. If you guys want to, we can do some donations or we can just continue to do some more talking. But if we do donations, obviously you guys will get questions answered. But you guys don't have to feel pressured to do that. But so far, if someone comes on, they do a donation, you guys would be first in line. So 1 second, I'll come back, and then we'll go from there, okay? So everybody just hold on tight. Okay. Alright, let's see. If anyone here needs help, needs music to help them, John Binney is great here on YouTube. I haven't heard of John Binney. What does he do? Just, does he compose his own music, or is he a... I haven't heard of him. Mm. Hold on one second, guys. Oh, man. Yeah, as I've been lucky enough to be able to do some therapy, to be able to see a psychologist, and to do that kind of work with myself to kind of see where I need to grow, I guess would be the best way I could describe it. And for me, the people-pleasing part is a huge part of where I need to grow personally. And a lot of it is, like in the spiritual community especially, we have people that are, a lot of people are people pleasers. And I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm one too. I'm saying it as like, we would go out of our way so far to help somebody that we barely know that it's almost absurd, right? It's almost like we would want to do anything to help anybody else, but we don't take that same energy and apply it to ourselves. Instead, we put it out to other people, and then again, when those people don't bend over backwards and do the same for us, to raise love, awesome. Okay, I like that, Maxine. That's awesome. But when people don't do the same thing for us, eventually we become resentful and bitter. But it's because we go so far out of our way to help people. Other people don't do that. And they could be narcissistic, or they could be this or that. But they could also be just normal people. And we keep putting so much energy into helping them that it's almost impossible for them to return the favor, because we're not helping them because necessarily we want to. We're helping them because we feel like if we don't, there's going to be serious repercussions, maybe karmically, or maybe something along those lines. So it's like we want to help people. Part of it is we want to help people, but another part of it is we don't want to disappoint anybody ever again, because we've already disappointed people and it feels horrible. But then once we start healing, we start realizing it's okay to disappoint some people, because that's life, right? That's something that we learn as we go on and we move on in different directions, is that it's okay to disappoint people. Not everyone can be pleased all the time. That's okay. There will be people that hate us just for being us, and there will be people that love us just for being us. That's kind of the scenario that we're in. Doesn't mean either one of those is right or wrong, but people are entitled to have their own opinions. It doesn't make them fact. It does not make them true. For instance, I read a quote once, and it resonated with me deeply, so I'll share it here. The whole world, everybody on the planet could believe in a lie, but it would still be a lie, right? It would still be something that's not true. But if just one person believed in the truth doesn't require other people to see it for how it is. It just is. The truth is out there. The truth is a flower that is blooming on a dark and stormy day. Even though there's no sun that day, that flower is still in bloom. That flower is still being seen. That flower is showing its truth. But other people have their opinions. Other people have this or that they're talking about. I found him just looking for frequency music. Awesome, Maxine. I might have to look at him. I've looked into the frequency music a little bit, and I talked about I knew the person I got to meet the person who invented binaural beats. I don't know if you guys have heard of binaural beats, but I got to meet one of the inventors of binaural beats, Tom Campbell, and then I think he worked with another guy to make the binaural beats. But hold on here. Hold on 1 second, guys. Yeah, so I got to work, or I kind of got to work with him. Went to Ireland, and I got to stay in a mansion that was built in the late 1700s when I was in Ireland. And I mean, it was a huge mansion. It probably had maybe 17, 20 rooms, 17 to 20 rooms. And it had stories. It just kept going up further and further and further. And it was an incredible time to be there. And I had some awesome experiences when I was in that mansion. And we even had a kind of a ghostly experience happen when I was in the mansion. And it was interesting because the mansion had been haunted previously, but they had someone come in and like get rid of the I guess the more negative energies or entities. But when I came there, I wasn't doing psychic or mediumship work at all. I wouldn't have said it was haunted or anything because I didn't feel anything when I was there. But I'm sitting in my room, and we're supposed to have um, the person knock on the door and let us know that breakfast was ready, right? And so we're sitting there waiting in our room. We're waiting for the knock on the door, and we hear the person going down the hall, and they're knocking on other people's doors, and all this is happening. And so I heard a knock on the door, and for some reason, as soon as the knock on the door happened, I went up to the door really quick to open it to see what was there. Nobody was like, the knock happened, and within 2 or 3 seconds, I opened that door, and I opened it fast, and nobody was there. So there was a spirit that was knocking on our door to say, "Hey, breakfast is ready," but it wasn't the person that was normally knocking on the doors because they were down the hall. They hadn't come to our room yet, but it happened, and it was really bizarre, but it was neat. There was other experiences that happened too. I got to learn some sparring techniques from a monk. That was interesting. He was very strong, and it did not go well for me, but it was interesting nonetheless. But he was someone who could. I went to Ireland, right? And as I'm getting off the plane, I hadn't slept for probably 20 hours at that point. I mean, it was a long flight. Ireland, just to get to Ireland from the United States, was like a 14-hour flight. And I had 2 or 3 connecting flights besides that. So I was in the air for like 17, 18 hours. I could not sleep. I can't. I'm not that person that can just sleep wherever I am. I have to be somewhere private, secluded. It's just hard for me to sleep. I get off the plane. I'm in a new country. I've never been there before. It was incredible. There was all these sights to see. There was all this stuff, but I was exhausted. I was super tired. So I get off the plane, and as we're landing, I start realizing that I'm getting sick. I'm starting to swallow, and it's like hurting, So I'm thinking, my throat's just dry. Nothing to worry about. My throat's just dry a little bit. Nothing to worry about. So we start landing, we start going down. My throat's hurting more and more and more, and it's full blown within a couple hours. It's like radiating pain. If you guys have ever had a really bad sore throat, this was turning into a really bad sore throat. And I'm thinking, oh boy, like I'm in another country. I'm starting to get sick. This is awful because I'm supposed to be a teacher for this event, and I can't be going up there and have the sniffles and be coughing and hacking and have a good, kind of energy meeting, because I'm supposed to be doing energy work on people to help them astral project, and you need to be in proximity. You need to be like right next to them. Me getting sick at this time, not a good time. Not a good time for me to get sick. So I'm talking to Jingfa, that was the name of the monk that was there, and I'm telling him I'm sick. I'm just not feeling good. Nothing's kind of going right. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. So many things, so many issues. So he takes me over into, there were these different rooms. So the mansion that I was staying in, it had downstairs on the left side, it had like this kind of dance studio slash, I don't know what you would call it, but it was just this big room that had these radiators in it. And in the UK, the radiators are these little heater things, right? I don't think we have them here in the United States, but not like they were in the UK. And I remember I'm sick, and Jingfa just goes up to one of the radiators. He touches the radiator, right? And then he's touching me like right here. And he's telling me that he's taking the metal energy from the radiator and he's putting it into me, and he's helping to kind of ground me and to help clear my sickness, so to speak. And up until that moment, I hadn't really had energy work done on me before. I'd done it to other people, but I'd never really had like received it and been able to feel any difference. And so I was like, okay, we'll try it. There's no harm in trying it, right? And so he does that. And I go up into my room, which was a huge, the students hadn't arrived yet. It was going to be a few days before they arrived. The teachers were there. And so us teachers got to choose what rooms we were going to stay in. And I chose to stay in one of the suites. And so did a few of the other teachers too, because it's a mansion. You want to stay in a cool room. So I walk into the room, and it's one of those rooms that has those, like the bed that you lay in that has the canopy. But it's like super high. It's like 15 feet up in the air, or well, probably 10 feet up in the air. There's the canopy, but then the actual roof, the actual part of the building. I mean, it just went on forever. I was in this room, and the room was elaborate, I guess would be the way to describe it. But I go into the room, I lay down, and I fall asleep. Actually, pretty quick. I mean, I was exhausted. I was tired. The next day, I wake up, and I'm walking around and getting ready for the day. I think I took a shower, or I took a bath that night. They had one of those really nice clawfoot tubs. I wasn't going to miss the chance to take a bath in a clawfoot tub in a mansion. I take baths anyway, so to be a little bit more lavish, I thought, okay. So I'm getting ready. I'm putting on a new pair of clothes. I'm doing everything I need to do, and I was awake for probably about, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes, and I'm just thinking to myself, I'm not sick, like at all. I actually felt better than I did before I was arriving on the plane. I felt good, and they say like jet lag, changing time zones, things like that. Whatever Xingfa did for me in that instance cleared a lot of stuff up, because I felt pretty fantastic, and so that was something that was really interesting to be able to do. And then I did some sparring with Xingfa, and that's like where you're trying to hit each other, right? Did some martial arts, did some sparring. Not good on my part. I do not know martial arts that well. In fact, I would say whatever the reverse of knowing martial arts is, that's probably what I have. Not good at it. But I was just throwing punches. I was trying different things. And he was blocking my punches, but when he would do it, he would just move his hand slightly to the left or to the right, and he wasn't doing it hard. He wasn't hitting me hard. But we'd been doing our sparring for about, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes. Like I was getting exhausted. I'm sure he was fine because he didn't seem like it was bothering him too much. But my whole arm, and he was blocking me softly. He wasn't doing it hard, but my whole arm was just covered in these bruises from where he was doing it, and he was not hitting me that hard. I've had bruises before from people hitting me hard, and it wasn't that kind of thing. But I had all these bruises, and my arms were just going like dead. Like they just didn't feel right. But Jingfa had some tiger balm, and he put it on my arm and did the whole thing, and I was fine again. So he had some abilities. He had some interesting stuff going on. Anyway, it was a really cool time to be there and to help people and to see how everyone lives, and it was awesome. It was an awesome experience. So You ever get a chance to stay in a mansion in Ireland? I'd say go for it, because it was an experience I'll never forget. That was in 2012, so it's almost been 10 years actually. November of 2012. Wow, it's almost been 10 years. That's crazy to think about. It was an amazing experience. There was a lot more than that. Um, Thankfully, it was fun. It was fun. I will say this though. I step out, so the mansions back then, I guess they were built in a specific way. So I didn't know this. I was tired one day, wasn't thinking about it, didn't realize what was happening, but I went into the hotel room and I'm getting ready for the day, so I take a shower. I step out of the shower, but right when you step out of the shower, there's a window that's right there. So I stepped out of the shower. I was drying off. Jing Fa was doing Tai Chi with students down in the courtyard area, and they were all, doing the Tai Chi, and so I step out fully naked. I couldn't be more naked, if you catch my drift. And I stand there for a second, I'm drying off, I'm looking around, and I look down, and I see 20 people down in the courtyard. Their backs are facing towards me, so they're not looking at me. No one's looking at me, but their backs are facing towards me, and they're doing their Tai Chi, they're doing all that. But I look down at them, and the way the window was at that exact time was, if people would have looked up at me at that point in time, they would have just only seen me, because the sun was only on that part of the house. So it would have looked like, it would have looked really bad. It would have looked like I was intentionally flashing people, because the way everything was set up, it just would have looked really bad. It was a funny story, but anyway, I will say this though: you get out of a shower in November in Ireland, in a mansion that is very drafty. It's so cold. It was so cold in that house. I mean, I had to wear 2 jackets and then a coat while I was in the house. At night you were, under covers and stuff, but it was so cold in that house. And it was huge. I think the mansion had 4 floors and then a basement. Anyway, interesting experience. And then there's other experiences too, but not in the mansions though. That was the only one I had that was a mansion experience, but it was fun. And so Maxine says, 2012 was a year to remember for many. Yes, it was. As is 2021. Again, yes. I agree with that. They're both 5 years, right? And 5 years, I feel like, hold a lot of kind of, not kind of a lot of power. They hold a lot of power. 5 years are years where it's kind of like shifting and changing, and I believe that's gonna be a lot of energy. That's gonna be a lot in these 5 years. Hopefully, 2022 is gonna be good. It's gonna be something that's more calm. That's what I'm hoping. I'm always hoping for that. I am loving the calm. Love the calm. Like an 80-year-old man in his 30s. If you guys are wondering about me, that's... I love the chill vibes, but I myself have a hard time being chill. Working on it, but yes, I do love the chill vibes. But that was my experience when I was in the mansion in Ireland and did the astral projection work. And we saw a lot in that place. I got to work with a scientist a little bit. His name was Dirk, and he helped invent a machine that helped people to astral project the Lucia, I think that's what it was called, the Lucia light machine, or the lucid light machine. Um, he was one of the inventors. Anyway, it was cool because there was all these different kinds of people there. Because then we had the Tom Campbell person that made binaural beats. He was one of the speakers there, and he was very nice. He sat in when I did my class. I had to teach a class on astral projection in front of 20 or 25 people, and I was so scared. I was so nervous. And Tom Campbell took time out of his day to sit in there with me. He gave me tips before I started, and then while I was doing the talk, he was very supportive, very kind, and I just appreciated that he was someone like that. So I really liked him. Yeah, man, it was a crazy experience. But again, it was fun. Something fun to do. Uh, let's see, what else was there? Other than that, I haven't even been on a plane. I do not believe in 9 years. Not much of a traveler, if you guys haven't guessed. I'm a little more homebound. And it used to bother me, but I feel like this is just kind of how I am. So nothing wrong with it if you don't mind it, you know. And most of the time I don't mind it. I do want to get out there. I want to see more of the world. Maybe doing psychic mediumship work and kind of traveling the world that way. But for right now, I'm a quiet person. I'm a quiet guy in a quiet town, being quiet most of the time. And I'm okay with that. Okay. Hold on one second, guys. But, you know, I feel like right now in the psychic community, in the spiritual community, there's going to be more and more shifts um, towards kind of a deeper understanding, towards kind of a more of a storytelling culture going on. I kind of liken it to this. Between the 19, and I feel like this is the same for humans and how we operate, between like the 1940s up until 2021, okay? But around that time, storytelling, the way people tell stories, the technology that's been made, the way there's movies, there's all these kinds of things, storytelling is evolving. The way people relate to media is evolving. And I feel like spiritually, that's also going to be something evolving as well. I feel like as time goes on, more and more spiritual things will become commonplace, and we'll have less of the I'm a psychic or a medium and you're not kind of mentality, and more of like we're all psychics and mediums, and here's how our gifts differ from each other, but let's also embrace this part. I feel like we're going to head more into a spiritual reality where people can be honored and appreciated for their gifts, and we won't see them as differences. We'll see them as gifts. We'll see them as presents from the universe, so to speak. Because the way a psychic is developed, or a way a psychic grows in their own development, in their own kind of way, is it's very personal. There's some similarities, but a lot of psychics work in different ways. And I feel like just as unique as each of us has a fingerprint, our soul's expression or our psychic or mediumistic ability is going to be the same, where it's unique to the person, right? I don't know what you guys think about that, but I'm opening the discussion. If you guys want to talk about this, or you want to head the conversation into a different area, we can do that. We can just talk. Because right now there's no readings going on. There's nothing. So if we just want to talk for a minute, we can. We can just chat for a bit. Just moving the paper over here. I'm just going to do some doodling here, and if you guys want to chat, we can. Okay. Okay. Let me see here. Well, if we want thinking I'm gonna be live for a little bit longer, but there's like nobody. There's nobody on right now. It seems like, at least on my end. So, yeah, I'll be live for a little bit longer, but if it doesn't pick up or there's no money coming in here, I think I'm gonna call it good here in a little bit. So, in the meantime, we can still chat, we can still talk, but I'm just letting you guys know that probably maybe another 45 minutes. If there's nobody on here, if there's nothing coming in, I think I'm just gonna kind of bow out. So around 10:30, if there's nobody on that's paying or anything like that, I think I'm gonna take a knee for the team, so to speak, and then I'll be back on Friday. So we'll do that. I'm not leaving now, but like I said, if nothing changes in the next 45 minutes or so, I think I will. I'll bow out a little bit here, a little bit early. So, but in the meantime, we can just chat. If you guys have something you want to say or you want, we can do that. Okay. Yeah, some nights are just a little bit slower, and that is okay. That is okay. Sometimes the slow nights sort of highlight when there's a good night, right? So I think that's a good thing. Okay, let's see here. Something. The water sound? I don't know what it sounds like for you, though. There could be a sprinkler, maybe. I'm not sure because here, where I am, oh yeah, it's probably the air conditioning. I assume that's what you're hearing, because I mean, the sprinklers could be running outside, but I think it's probably the AC, like you said, Maxine. So, Maxine, what is your favorite? What's your favorite season? Okay, so from what I can understand, spring, summer, and fall. So if I asked you, I should have asked you, what's your least favorite season? Because then I would know it's winter, right? I don't need to be a psychic to know that one. Your least favorite season is winter, because all the other ones are listed. If you had to choose spring, spring is good. Spring's a really good one. It's probably my favorite too. I'm starting to like fall more, and then I'm starting to like winter more because it's very quiet. Winter is very, very quiet. Spring and summer, very loud, very noisy, but winter is nice. But fall is a really good one too. So is it, if you had to choose spring, is that because spring is like possibilities, right? Spring is the earth kind of springing back, having a sense of. Is that your favorite season, Liz? Spring? What do you guys like about spring? What is it that you guys like? Hey, buddy. The greenery for Maxine. Greenery's good. The smell of spring in the air, so to speak, the way the grass picks up. It definitely does have a darker hue of green in the springtime, a more rich kind of color. Yeah, I know. Weather in the spring is gorgeous. We only ever have spring in Utah. Our springs, literally, it seems like they're 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. And our falls kind of fall into that same category to about 2 or 3 weeks. We have winter, we have summer, but it just feels like the other seasons are more like little blips on the radar, so to speak. But yes, the weather is good before it gets too hot. Summer, and maybe it's because I'm getting older, you know, but summer is, I know, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that sounds nice. Spring lasts the longest. Yeah, because you guys have more. Okay, give me a second. More calm climate, right? In Utah, it goes from being super cold, um, to being uh, way hot. I mean, it's not too bad where I'm at. Sometimes it takes over the end of winter. Doesn't sound too bad. Sounds like Puxatawny Phil wouldn't mind that one. Maybe he doesn't see his shadow those times. Or Is it when the groundhog sees his shadow that there's no more winter? Or is it when he doesn't see his shadow there's no more? I can't remember. I remember though as a kid I took that to heart. That groundhog could predict if the summer or the spring fell. I always thought that was a funny thing. I mean, now that I look at it, I think it's kind of a funny thing. But when I was a kid, that was legit to me. That was something I was excited for. I mean, I assume you guys know the whole groundhog thing. I don't know. Maybe that's... I know it's not just a Utah thing. It has to be... I don't know where Puxatawny... I mean, there's... I can't remember for sure. Anyway. Okay, if he sees the shadow, spring will come. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Well, for me, I was always waiting for the go ahead that spring was on its way, because I think it's like six weeks earlier or something. We get that springtime, and that was always an exciting thing for me. I mean, when you're a kid, you're always thinking of ways you can go outside and play more. Groundhog Day, you mean? That is a good one. The one with Bill Murray and who was the actress that was in it? I can only think of Bill Murray. I've seen her in other movies, but I'm not sure who she is. I never can remember her name. Yeah, me either. I've seen her. I know I've seen her in other things. I can never remember her name either. And I don't think she still does movies now. At least I haven't seen her in anything recently. Yeah. Okay. And that's Julie Louise Dreyfus or Julie Louis Dreyfus, something like that. And she's actually, if I can remember right, I think she comes from a fairly wealthy family too. The actress that played Elaine in the thing, if I can remember right. But yeah, she does. She reminds me of her as well. But yeah, Groundhog Day was good, and I hadn't seen that one. My girlfriend showed me that one. It was a while ago that we saw it, but up until she showed me it, I'd never seen it before, and it actually is a really good movie. I liked it. I thought it was really good. Bill Murray has that kind of like the charismatic um, everyday man kind of vibe, where it's like you could imagine being buddies with him, but you wouldn't be like close friends. You would just be like, he's like an acquaintance that you see every now and again. You say, "Hi, Bill, how you doing?" Kind of a relatable guy, I guess would be the way I would put it. Yeah, he does. He does. I like him. I like Bill Murray, and I loved the Jim Carrey movies were really good too. The ones like in the '90s and the early 2000s, in my opinion, were his best roles. Well, maybe some mid 2000 roles, but '90s to early mid 2000s to me was the best Jim Carrey roles that he had. But I mean, obviously he's still around, so there could be new stuff he's coming out with. But Lost in Translation, is that Jim Carrey or Bill Murray that did the Lost in Translation? I don't think I've heard of that movie. Oh, wait a minute. Bill Murray. Okay. Okay. There's let's see. What else was a good one? Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind with Jim Carrey. That one was really good. Um, and then Dumb and Dumber. I mean, those are two very different movies, but Dumb and Dumber was really good. Cable Guy was good, and um, and the Truman Show. Yeah, okay, and you just listed the Truman Show as being one of them on there, and that one was good. The Truman Show, honestly, was very, very well done, and I don't think anyone could have played a better um, actor, an actor that was acting as an actor. Like there was so many different kind of levels that went into. Really thought that was good. It challenged the and then there's a few other movies that are not like the Truman Show in the way that it's like a live audience thing. Man on the Moon. Okay, so that was the one where he Andy Kaufman. Is that the one where he's That's the one where Jim Carrey plays Andy Kaufman, right? Man on the Moon. I can't remember that one. Oh, let's see. Unless I'm completely wrong. Okay, so I don't think I've seen that one yet. Don't think I've seen that one yet. You apparently are excited about it though, so it might be one I have to look at. Might be one I need to look at. I'm trying to think other movies. Yes, Me, Myself, and Irene. Fun with Dick and Jane was also another interesting one. Me, Myself, and Irene was good. Um, that one was good. One of those movies though it's really good. I liked it. It's been a while since I've seen it, but The Lovely Bones, that was a good one. That was a really good one. And um, The Tale of Mr. Nobody, I think is what it's called. Either The Tale of Mr. Nobody or Mr. Nobody. I can't remember. And then The Fountain with Hugh Jackman. The Fountain is a masterpiece of a movie. It is awesome. I could not recommend that highly enough. Um, oh, man, I need to watch that one again. I saw it not too long ago, but it's such a good movie. I really like that one. Um, Meet Joe Black, if I can remember, that was a pretty good one too. Uh, and then there was the sequel, Meet Jack Black. Didn't do as well, but it was still interesting. Yeah, that was Brad Pitt. I'm just jumping around to different movies now. Yeah, Meet Joe Black was Brad Pitt. Well, I'm not going to say, but it's it's good. That's a good one. I'm not trying to do any spoilers, but yes, that one is the one with Brad Pitt. Not that that's a spoiler, because I feel like the actors being spoilers, but that was a good one. Hugh Jackman was in The Fountain. That's the one I was talking about. Awesome movie. And so yeah, Meet Joe Black was. It's been a while since I've seen it, but that one was good. That one was really good. Green Mile was another good one. I believe Tom Hanks was in that. Was it Tom Hanks that was in the Green Mile? I think it was. Because that was a good one. That was a really good one. Fight Club was really good too. Um, A League of Their. Let me look at that. A League of Their Own. I feel like I've heard of that one. Maybe I've even seen it. I just need to see the thing. A League of Their. Okay, I have not seen A League of Their Own, but is Madonna one of the people in the league? That looks interesting. That might be something fun to watch. Something like lighter. I do enjoy the comedies, so I could definitely look into that one. Spring is when baseball starts. So, are you a baseball fan, Maxine? I'll have to look into it. I enjoy a good comedy, and lately I've been exhausting that genre. So having some new insight might be good. Do you play baseball, or are you just into like watching the major league stuff? You just watch. You played with your dad when you were a kid, so there's some good memories there, and you probably understand the rules. I I tried watching baseball once. Never I never really understood it. I know there's innings, and I know there's outings probably, and I know there's bases, and one of them is called home. I would I would imagine that's where you want to be. You don't want to be far from home. You want to be kind of right there, or run past it to score points. I feel like I know that part. Does your son play baseball, Maxine? Is he on a little league team? Kind of like Monopoly. Okay. So every time you pass go, you get $200. That sounds like a good. That sounds like a good sport. I wouldn't mind that. Vision games and bowling. What is a vision game? Video. Oh. Okay. Okay. That makes more sense. Now I understand exactly where you're coming from. So that to me that makes sense. Bowling's fun. I haven't gone bowling for a while, but I remember last time I went, I had some fun. Need to go more often. I can only imagine you learned so much. You said you learned a lot from having a kid, so I don't have a kid either, so I can only imagine that the lessons that they provide, the lessons that they give us, uh, would be quite challenging. He also loves swimming. Hoping to get him on the swim team in high school. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Swimming is really good exercise. I need to get into it. Been meaning to go, but around here, you gotta wake up super early, and waking up and super early do not mix well with whatever it is I am. So, I do need to go to the swimming pool, though. It's a great, great form of exercise. You're gonna donate for a question, Liz? Okay, go for it. And thank you. Martial arts are good too. Martial arts is good. I mean, depending on what you want to learn, I don't think there's anything wrong with, well, there you go. Well, Liz, if you're the only one, and thank you, right now you're the only one that's paid, and I'm thinking of calling it quits at maybe 11. So around 11 o'clock, I can do your reading. I'll just be talking here, and we'll just do your reading before I leave. So, because it's just been kind of a slow night, and I'm okay with that. I get to talk to you guys. I'm fine with that. But I'm not going to be on until 1 because it just seems like things aren't necessarily panning out that way. So, um, but we can address it at the end of the live, okay? Which is what you said, but I'm just reiterating. Okay. Yeah, I took martial arts earlier this year. Tried that out for a little bit, and was actually going to help a guy start his own martial arts studio, but it did not pan out. So, yeah. Martial arts is good, though. It's a really good form of just empowerment, right? Having the kind of skills, learning how and when the human body kind of works. I think it's a really good thing to have, really good knowledge to have. And it just helps you to feel safe. It helps you to kind of, um, I can only imagine for women or for men, but especially for women, having some sort of self-defense or having some training that way would help you feel a little more secure. Like you would understand things more. You would not understand things more. You would feel more comfortable in situations. If you were alone or something. Hey, Corey, my friend. I did not sense your presence this time. but that's okay. That's okay. I'll be honest with you, Corey. I'm not. There is a few times where I've sensed presences, and generally they are when I'm sleeping or when I'm about to fall asleep. And I mean, the stream right now, it's been going a little slow, but I'm not quite asleep yet. So generally, that's when I feel presences the most, is right when I'm about to sleep. Spirit likes to come up next to me. But yeah, I appreciate you sending the energy, though. I do appreciate that. But how's it going for you, Corey? How's everything going? When you and when I well, yeah, we did the I could feel that tension in your jaw. I never told you the story, the because you were asking if spirit comes through in creative ways all the time. I never told you that story, Corey. Are you sticking around for a minute? I guess the wrong name, but the context you gave along with the M name was very accurate. And that's the thing. That's one thing I've noticed doing mediumship or doing psychic work is you got to be careful with names. As soon as I say the name, I'm just throwing out what I feel like I'm getting. I can still dial that in, but um, that's kind of how it works, right? I say an M name and then I'm like, oh, it's Mark, or oh, it's whatever. But sometimes you want to leave it at just the M name, but it's one of those things, right? It's different levels of yes. That's a good way of putting it. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom here really quick. Like internet connection speeds. Yeah, well, kind of. Hmm. I'll come back. We'll talk about that for a second. It's been a slower night, and so I'm just gonna chat with you guys. You don't get internet slash Wi-Fi. Okay, okay. I can see where you're going with that. Yeah, I can vibe with that. I'll be right back, and then we'll do some more story time. So give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, like not. Okay, yes, I can agree with that one. Not getting data when you're in a certain place. So hold on. Give me 1 second here. Okay, Maxine, my favorite song at the moment is this. I like it's called It Won't Stop by, well, let me read it to you. So it looks like that. It Won't Stop by Violence Monica Martin. And it looks like that. It's on Spotify. I really, really like this song. It's been something that plays through my head a few times a day at least. And I really, really like this song. It's very somber. It's very, I don't know. Music for me is something, the older I got, the more I'm listening to it. I used to not be a music person. And so I'm starting to get into it more now. But I was going to tell that story because Corey was asking about it, or he wasn't asking about it, but I told him I would say the story or tell the. I'm doing good so far, so it's important. Okay, so it was actually during one of my lives. Um, so I had two people. Both of the people, well, I'll just say the one. I was doing a reading for one person. She comes on from time to time. Her name's Denise. And then there was another person, Petra. Hopefully I'm saying her name right. But she was also getting kind of a reading as well. But both of the spirits that were coming through from these people, well, it went like this. So Denise, this happened, I think, like 20 years ago, 25 years ago. But she was in the car with her boyfriend at the time, and there was someone that was going to hit her boyfriend's car, and she saw, yeah, you met Denise, Maxine. She's been on. But she saw a car was coming, and again, I'm probably paraphrasing, maybe it's not perfect, but she saw a car was coming. The boyfriend, I don't think, was aware of what was happening, and she tried to grab the wheel to take it away from him, to like move, to swerve the car, but he pushed her hand out of the way, and when he did that, they went head on, and he died. He passed in the crash. Obviously, Denise lived, but he didn't. And when his spirit was coming through, his message was like, I think I got that there was a car accident. There was something that happened. But then Petra, it was like her neighbor that was coming through as well. And this neighbor passed because he was swimming. He went underwater and he grabbed onto. I got the song "Can't Fight This Feeling," Justin Timberlake. And that, well, I mean, he couldn't. Yeah, and this is interesting too. So I'll go on to this part. So we had the other one. This was Petra's neighbor. She knew him a little bit, not super well, but he was coming through as well, and I brought through some evidence for that. Can't remember exactly what I brought through. The messages aren't meant for me, so I am not going to remember the messages I give. That's hard for me to remember because, again, it's not meant for me. I just kind of pass it on, and then, things happen and you can kind of forget about that. But I was bringing through evidence of his passing, things that had happened. But what happened with him is he went underwater. When he went underwater, he grabbed onto a live wire underwater, and it killed him. Right, so it killed him right there. And I think I got that he drowned, which technically he got electrocuted, then he drowned, kind of a situation. So he didn't make it either. But both of those scenarios, right? And I got the message from Spirit, which was interesting. Both spirits came through kind of as one, and they gave a message to be hands off with life. Both of them died because one of them touched a live wire with their hands, and the other one was holding onto the steering wheel and refused to let go. But both of those were showing to have a hands-off approach with life, because their life, they didn't do that. They sort of jumped into things, they had things happen, but they were talking about that. So both of them came through and gave a very similar, they died in very similar ways where it was involving the hands, kind of a thing. And I thought that was an interesting way for spirit to communicate, because both of those spirits came through at the same time. Both of them, it was like they touched something or they did something with the hands and then they passed on. But it was interesting. It was a very interesting experience. And half of the time when I was giving messages from one person to the other person, Denise and Petra, because they were both on at the same time when I was doing my live, I felt like either one of them could have taken the information for the other person. And so it was kind of a weird synchronicity. And we were getting some evidence, some more specific things, but it was interesting how the evidence lined up. But spirit can come through in a lot of ways. And for me, I'm still learning. I'm still growing that. But that was one way that spirit came through for me that I thought was really, really interesting. Here. So I don't know if you were there, Liz. It happened last year. They're not in real life. As far as I know, they just know each other through YouTube Live. But they're the spirits of the loved ones that came through for them, or the spirits of the people they knew. I guess they were connecting with each other on the other side as well to give kind of a group message. And that can happen a lot of times. The more deeply you go into mediumship, spirits can kind of come together and give a message. Versus it being from one spirit or the other one, it can be kind of a group message or a joint message. It was interesting. It was really interesting. Yeah, maybe you weren't around at that time. You might not have been. It was interesting, though. It was... And you definitely weren't the moderator then, because you got the moderator... I made you moderator... It's been a while. It's been a few months at least that I made you moderator, if I'm not mistaken. At least a few months. It's probably been longer than that, but... But yeah, so it was just... It's an interesting story, and... There's deeper ways you can go into mediumship and the spiritual practices, but that takes time. I'm still learning how to trust the process, which slows down it slows it down a little bit, but it's my way of understanding my journey, and so it's going to be slower for me because I'm still learning. And that doesn't mean it's bad, or that doesn't mean my journey's not going where I want it to go. It just means it's slower. And yes, absolutely, Corey. But you have different levels of mediumship. One of them, so I do mental mediumship. Maxine, so did I give you a reading about car accidents? It's actually something that happens. It's fairly common. I've done a few readings where it's either a car accident and my first mediumship experience, my very first one that I ever had, was dealing with a person that had passed from a hit and run. And the driver just kept driving. I don't think they ever found out who did it. So that was tragic. But there's different levels of mediumship. I don't know if I've talked to you about that, Corey. When you do these readings, I do forget what I say. And that's not supposed to be an insult. That's not supposed to be anything. I don't think we're meant to, the medium I don't think is meant to hold on to the information because it doesn't apply to me. So it's that's kind of just how it is. I mean, I guess some people could remember it, but for me, um, kind of after I give a message, it's done. It's like I can recall it for the next few days. I could tell you bits and pieces and this and that, but after that, my mind kind of goes blank with it. Other than if it's like a more fantastical story, like I had with Petra and Denise, but even then, I can't recall super specific details. And I don't think I'm supposed to, but because it's someone else's story, and I don't think I'm supposed to hold on to it. So for me, how to okay, I feel like sometimes, Maxine, when it comes to my memory, it's not the best. I can remember certain things, okay, but a lot of the time, my memory is kind of fleeting. It's not quite as bad as Dory on Finding Nemo. It's not quite that bad, and it's not like on 51st Dates, 10-second Tom kind of memory. But it is a memory that's not, to me, it's not the best. And I do remember a story, though, that was really funny. One time I had this old teacher, and he was pretty old. And I said, he had all these pills in front of him. And I said, "What are these pills for?" And he said, this one's for my arthritis. This one's for my, uh, let's see, what did he say? This one's for my arthritis. This one's for my back. This one's for my inflammation, different things like that. And then he went up to one pill, and he put his finger on he put his fingers on the pill, and he said, "This one's for, this one's for," and it took him a good 30, 40 seconds. My memory, that's right. And I just thought that was kind of ironic. You're taking pills for memory, but you can't remember to take the pills. Again, I just thought that was funny. But to answer that, how did I learn not to hold on to others' stories? It just sort of happened. Um, the message isn't meant for me to, like, it's meant for me in the moment to pass it on, but it's not meant for me to keep it, right? It's someone else's story, it's someone else's message. And if I do readings, if I do this kind of stuff on a daily basis, I'm not going to remember. um, I have days where it's hard to remember my story, so it's just, I guess that's just the way it is. I've heard other mediums have similar experiences. I don't even go that deep. The deeper you go into mediumship, it's especially hard to hold on to information. But for me, it's just in the mental state, and I still have a hard time. If I did the deeper states of mediumship, which I cannot do right now, hopefully when I get older I can. Um, but that's kind of where I'm at now. It happened that way. It's not like me choosing not to hold on to it. It's me literally being like, "What? Hold on to what?" You know, it's like I couldn't hold on if I wanted to. Like I said, unless it's a fantastic story or if it's something that really sticks out in my mind, um, I can't hold on to it. And again, I can't remember specifics, even if I do hold on to those fantastical stories. And that's just kind of the way it happened, you know. Does that help answer that question, Maxine? Okay, good. I'm glad you hear me on that, because that's just kind of the way it works for me. Maybe it's different for other people. It probably is. That's why with these spiritual gifts, whenever I'm going to be teaching a class on it, I'm not going to try and limit the way people learn or the way they get information. I'm going to help them, guide them to where they can learn it, how it can be presented, but I don't want anyone to have hard, rigid viewpoints on developing spiritual abilities, because that just blocks off the flow. As soon as you say it has to be this way, I was taught this way, it has to be this way, blah, 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 you're limiting yourself to growing. You're saying it's rigid, it has to be this way. And then, in your mind, it has to be that way now. But there's always going to be ways we can improve and grow. And if we get ourselves stuck in a rigid, kind of dogmatic way of thinking, we no longer are growing spiritually or mentally or anything. And that's going to lead to issues down the road. That's just setting ourselves up with roadblocks. Okay, guys, give me a second. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay. Hey Molly, how's it going? Good, I'm glad to hear it, Molly. We've just been doing a little bit of story time, talking about experiences and movies and the time I went to Ireland and stayed in a mansion and did all that stuff. So, but we've been having a good little conversation, especially on the movie front. We talked about our favorite movies. I've never been much of a movie watcher, but every now and again, there's some good movie out there. There's something funny, or there's something like what's that one called? What's that one called? That's really funny. Is it The Hangover? No, it's not The Hangover. It's Robert Downey Jr. and Zach Galifianakis. Um, it's hilarious. It's a funny movie. You guys are looking for something to cheer you up or just make you happy. That's a funny one. A little irreverent at times, but it's good. Um, what else is a good movie? Molly, Liz, what are your movies? Me and Maxine talked for a little bit, but and anyone else that's watching too, list some movies if you guys wouldn't mind. Number 23. Okay, so we were talking about that's a Jim Carrey movie, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, yeah, we were talking about Jim Carrey movies, and I haven't seen number 23. I've seen um, Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter is Dead. Hold on. I have not seen that one. I haven't even heard of that one. So that one might be funny. Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter is Dead. That one sounds like it's an older movie, 1991, I think is what it said. That one sounds like a fun one though. Have you guys seen Weekend at Bernie's? I think that's what it's called, Weekend at Bernie's. It's really stupid, but there's something funny about it. I mean, to me at least, I thought it was pretty funny. Watched that as a kid. Weird Science. Haven't seen that one either. I have not seen Weird Science. I've heard that's a good one. At least I don't think I've. Let me look at the Weird Science one. Maybe I have seen that. I can't remember. No, I don't think I've seen Weird Science. I do not think I've seen that one. It's got Robert Downey Jr. in it, though. I do like Robert Downey Jr. In fact, Bernie's and Weird Science are good. Okay, I need to see Weird Science. Have you guys seen the Charlie Chaplin movie with Robert Downey Jr.? It's really good. I thought it was really good. And it was one of the pivotal moments, I think, in movie history, if I can recall. So they went from the black and white to silent movie era, and Charlie Chaplin was a pioneer in that kind of scenario. But when he did his speaking role, he plays someone who looks like Adolf Hitler, but it's supposed to be a play on things because what he does, I mean, you guys need to look it up on YouTube. It is awesome. It is so good. But he talks about, and like I said, he looks like Hitler, but he's talking about very positive, very powerful things. He's talking about, I don't know, it gets me teared up every time I watch it, but Charlie Chaplin was incredible, and the movie was really good too. I liked the movie a lot. Let's see, what else is there? Yes, Robert Downey Jr. I agree, he is awesome. He is awesome. I've seen him in the Sherlock movies with Robert Downey Jr. were really good. I miss those. Those were good. He should have made more of those. What else? What else is a good movie? Hold on one second. Anything with Goldie Hawn. Okay. Let me see. I don't know. I've seen her in things. Goldie Hawn. I haven't seen her. Well, I haven't. I wouldn't know her by name. So it's that. She seems nice, though. She seems like a good. She seems like one of the good ones. I can't remember any movies that I've seen her in, especially lately. Like older movies that I've seen her in. Overboard. Let's see. Kurt Russell and well, that one looks cute. That looks like a fun one. I haven't. So many of those movies I have not seen. Anything from the 80s, 90s era. I need to see more of the classics. I watched Chucky for the first time. Hey Angela, how's it going? And that was funny. That was pretty funny. Troop Beverly Hills. That sounds familiar. Awesome, Angela. I'm glad to hear you're hanging in there. I am too, Liz. You're not the only one that's behind. I need to watch them too. Okay, so right now the only person on the paid list is Liz, and she's wanting to go last, if there is a last. So, Angela, did you have any questions? Did you have anything you were wondering about, my friend? Because the only reason I'm bringing that up, I'm not trying to rush you. I'm just going to do Liz's reading and be done for the night. If there are no more questions. If there are questions, though, then I can stay on here. But so far, it's been kind of a slow night. So. I was going to ask what did Steve... Oh, Okay. Okay, thank you, Angela. Okay, so let's do that. Let's look at the what's going on here. So, just so I understand the question here, you were going to ask, what did Stephen feel when I wrote when I wrote? What? Okay, so I was going to ask, what did Stephen feel when I wrote he about him being a mistake? So when you wrote him about him being a mistake, am I correct in saying that's the wording there? Okay, okay, all right. Let's see what we can do here. You're good. I just want to make sure I understand it. Just because he and him and I didn't understand. Anyway, you are so good. Don't worry about the typos. I do typos too all the time. I feel like I don't know if you're on a keyboard or if you're on your phone, but phone screens are so damn tiny. They're so damn tiny, and anyway, they're hard to type on. I've gotten frustrated more than once on that. Let's see how Stephen felt when you said that he was a mistake. Oh, you've got autocorrect on. Okay, so that's probably what it is then. You can turn it off. You go into your settings, you can turn off autocorrect if that helps. I turn it off on mine because it does get to the point where it's ridiculous when you're typing something and it's like, you mean this. It's like, nope, I meant what I typed. Because I like to use words that don't exist. So I turned that off a while ago. Okay. How did he feel? I told him he was Well, there you go. Okay, I understand that. How did he feel? Let's look here. When did you so Angela, when did you say that to him? When did you say when did you say that? Was this a today thing? Was this a yesterday thing? He called after. Of course he did. Yeah. You're gonna get me SMH too. Today, early. Okay, so here's what I got right here. These two things came up. We have door to personal healing and happiness in reverse, and man holding a coin in reverse. So I feel like you sort of hurt this poor guy's ego. You'll notice that I don't feel bad for him. Okay? You're entitled to your opinion. Okay, if he has a problem with it, it's his problem. But right here we have man holding a coin in reverse, and then we have door to personal healing and happiness in reverse. So I think it hurt him. I think it hit him, right in the soft spot. I'm not talking about in between the legs. I'm talking about maybe a little in the heart. Maybe he actually did feel a little something. But the reason I asked when did he say this was because the last card I got was community. So when that was said, I feel like it's further entangling the two of you, even if it's through a situation where you said he was a mistake or something like that. Communication right now with this person is just becoming something where I feel like he still thinks there's a shot because the community card came up. So even if it's not in the best graces, even if it's not in that way, there's still a connection to this person. So it's feeling like he's hurt by it, but I also feel like he's waiting until you let your guard down in a way. Obviously, you get to decide how that goes. But the community card being upright is making me feel like this person still has access to you in some way. So they view that as kind of a win, if that makes sense. But you tell me what you feel about that, or how, because that's what I got here. So. Hey Ty, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, so that to me, that's why you got the community card here. You're good, Angela. I figured that's what you meant. So the fact there's still communication going on, this person feels like they can just come in and do whatever. I mean, right now you're upset with them, but I think they're waiting until maybe you forget, or maybe something happens. There's this thing that people like. It's going good, my friend Ty. It's going good. Been having a slower night. Been doing some story time, talking with people, and so it's been good. Um, yeah. So Angela, as long as he has access to you in some way, I think he's waiting until what I call the rose-colored glasses effect kicks in, and what that is that you're going to look at the relationship that you had with him, forget about the bad stuff, for the most part, and then he'll come in because the only thing you're doing is remembering the more positive aspects. As long as he's connected in your life, he's going to try to guide you towards the more positive aspects of himself. But as soon as you're in a relationship, if that ever happens again, then you'll see it again. Well, I'm not sleeping with him anymore. I'm not sure if he knows that. I would have a feeling that eventually he'll know that. Eventually he'll realize that you're not there. It might take him a minute. It sounds like he's pretty slow on the uptake, if you know what I mean. But um, you're doing good, Angela. You're doing really good, and I feel like you're not going into those same little traps that this person would lay, because right now, anything you say, this person can kind of use it against you. Eventually, it's going to get more and more. I feel like the person's going to try other ways to come into your life, but right now, that's what he's trying to do. Is he's trying to get you to lower your guard. I don't get a good feeling with this person. I mean, I've said that multiple times, but what you said, Angela, did affect him, but not in a way that he's going to look at himself and be like, oh, I need to change, but in a way that it's like, literally, you said, he said, where are we going on a date? Right? Right. He told me okay. He told me he doesn't like the new you. So, I'm just going to say tough. I mean, sounds like the person doesn't like empowered women. It sounds like the person doesn't like people that stand up for themselves, say what's going on. So good riddance. We don't need people like that. And like I said, with where are we going on our date situation that he had after, that to me, I mean, first off, I don't like him, but with that energy there, it's like he doesn't care what you say. He still thinks that he's so charming that he can just come in whenever he wants. And um, I know you're not like that. I know you can see through the game a lot more now than you were in the past. So he called after the message and said, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he wants any reason to call or to do anything. I mean, maybe this is me just being way too, I'm just going to say it like this. If someone was that way in my life, they wouldn't have the chance to be that way. I drop people when they show me their true colors, and it sounds like this person, as long as there's a connection with this person, they're going to be able to just come in and do whatever they want whenever they want. And I have a feeling that if you wanted to start dating other people or you wanted to start do something, this person would get even more upset. The whole thing, when that time comes for you, Angela, I would say, again, this is my perspective, just block them, get rid of them, because there's not a healthy person on the other end of this. This isn't a person you can have a casual conversation with. This person wants something from you, and I feel like they're going to be doggedly persistent, and that doesn't seem like something you necessarily need in your life right now. You can make your own choices, but it just feels like this person feels predatory the way that they are. Does that make sense, Angela? And I know he's been okay. That's good. Hopefully, this person's a better match than the other one. I would hope. It doesn't sound like it's a hard bar to beat, so to speak. This person sounds like, but that's good. That's good. There's prospects here. There's things going on. That's good, Angela. That's good. You're allowing yourself to explore. To explore. I think that's a healthy thing. Just trying something. Perfect. Perfect. That, I mean, not that you need my opinion on that, but that's awesome. That's really good that you're doing that, trying different things, going out there, trying to see what's out there. I like that. And that to me shows that you're growing and that you're evolving. You're not scared, you're not stuck in the past. You're allowing yourself to try new things. So that's good. That's a really good thing. Regardless of if you like it or not, that's not the point. It's the fact that you're experiencing something. Because then, you get to live your life. You get to try something new. Like you said, just trying something. But yeah, as long and I know that part of this is this person has hurt us, right? This person has hurt us. They've put us in a situation. We don't want to have to be going through this. There's pain involved here. And there's triggers that have come up with us with this person. But the one thing that, and it feels like it's the right thing in the moment. It does feel like it's the right thing in the moment. But when we call the narcissistic person out for being a narcissist, it never goes the way we want it to. They'll never be like, oh, I realize I did that. Okay, I won't do that ever again. I'm so sorry. They'll just get defensive and they will attack you. Or they'll try and play you, or they'll try to manipulate you in some way. You generally don't want to call them out, even though it feels like in the moment that would be the right thing to do. And I understand that feeling. I've dealt with narcissistic people. The only thing you want to do is call them out because they're assholes. They are mean people. that don't care about anything, and you want to call them out, you want to say what's up, but they will not hear it the way that you intend it for them to hear it. They'll feel hurt, they'll feel pain, but then they immediately feel anger, and they feel rage, and they don't allow themselves to feel things the way we would. Like we would sit with something and be like, man, that hurt. I didn't like that. That wasn't good. And we would process it. With these kinds of people, they don't have that kind of response. Immediately they jump to rage. They try to placate, or they try to soothe their own ego by saying, no, I'm not that way. No, I've never been that way. No, no, no. Or they try and play you. They try to manipulate what's going on. So hold on a second. Okay. So Angela, is that making sense so far? And Ty, I read your question here. So well, Ty, if you want to, we got the one question 10, right? And then we can see what we can do. If I can't come up with a solution for you, I can just refund the money. You're welcome, Angela. You're very welcome. I know, and I'm just going to say this is kind of the last thing that I'm going to say on this topic, just so that we can understand it a little bit more. I feel like, Angela, you're a really good person. And because you're a really good person, you want to give people the benefit of the doubt. Because you're a really good person, you think other people are also really good. Some people are not. Some people are shitty. And I understand we want to give them the benefit of the doubt. We want to allow them to change. But the thing is, this person, when we were with them, they didn't allow us to be ourselves, and they didn't appreciate us for who we are. So we don't afford them that same respect. We don't give them that because they didn't give that to us. They showed us who they were multiple times. And now this person's trying to come back in some way. And I feel like I'm saying, thank you, Ty. Just be safe with this and realize that this person is going to try to manipulate and try to get back in your life in any way they can. And I feel like the more you start pulling away, Angela, and the more this person feels it, they're going to try more and more to try to get back in your life. And I just don't like the guy's energy. So, just be safe. Just be safe with what you're doing. Okay. All right, Ty. So what is you're not sure how to phrase it. Give yourself some time. Thank you for the 10. Okay. I don't want you in the window. You can come here then. Okay, Ty, let's see. Right now, Angela, I'm just doing cards. If we want to try something mediumistically or something, psychically, we absolutely can. But right now, I'm doing the cards for Ty. But if you have a mediumship question or if you have something like that, we can do that. I'm still learning and growing as a medium. I'm still trying to understand the ins and outs, but all right, Ty, let's see here. Ty would like to know how his application is coming along. Are the statements he's written in a good direction, strong enough for the scholarship? It's a good way of wording it, Ty, so let's do that. All right, Angela, we can try. I feel like I sort of remember the Bobby thing a little bit. It's been a while, but we can try and see what we can get after Ty's reading. Would that be okay? We'll see who comes through. We can see who comes through for you, Angela. Perfect. Awesome. Okay, so Ty, first thing I get is this card here. You're very welcome, Angela. First thing I get is the thinking man right here, which is funny. You're thinking, maybe it's all we're thinking about. I can see that. I do feel like there's something here. I do feel like there's some positivity. I get financial constraints, but it's in reverse. So that to me is a good sign. I get the temple path also in reverse though right here, which is making me think, I feel like the statements are good, but something tells me that we're trying to make the absolute best statements, that it feels like we're putting a lot of pressure on ourselves to get it so right that I'm feeling like maybe some of it can be kind of forced. Like, I feel like you have what it takes. I feel like you're good with how you're writing. I feel like things are going well, but I feel like there's a tendency to be too stiff and rigid with what we're writing and what we're thinking. And I feel like the real you comes through organically, better than sometimes what feels like to be forced in some ways. When I see the temple path in reverse, it just feels like it feels like we're making things harder than they need to be, right? So if we're making things harder than they need to be, then it just comes across. I know there's pressure for you to get where you need to go. I understand that. But there's a lot, like, I feel like there's pressure, but I feel like you add so much more pressure to yourself. I feel like there's that kind of mentality of like, it has to be the most perfect thing ever. And I feel like the main thing people are looking for when we're talking about applications is they're looking for heart, they're looking for sincerity, and they're looking for people that will represent that. They're looking for people that have that kind of going on, right? So I see things going well the way it's written, but something tells me that we've written it, rewritten it, tried to look at it this way, tried to look at it that way. As I'm writing it, I feel like there's an invisible panel of judges looking down on me. And Ty, if you were writing it for yourself, not necessarily like a journal entry about how your day went or something like that, but if you were writing something for yourself to look back on, that's where I want you to come from with this. I feel like that's where Spirit wants you to come from. Is I want you to write it like you're reading it in the future. And you're looking back on it and you're saying, that's who I was when I was that age. That's what I was going through. That's what was going on. That's who I was. So I want you to imagine future you reading it and saying what was going on in your life at that time. But this too, and I feel like I want to impress them. Impressing is okay, but again, I feel like you're dealing with a lot of judges that are looking, and a lot of people are just going to try to impress. A lot of people are just going to try to throw things out there to try and impress them. If you can do anything that has heart or has merit beyond just trying to impress somebody, because it's like if I went to the beach and I go up and I'm like, look at my muscles. Eventually it gets to a point where trying to impress someone, I feel like comes across as contrived in a way. I'm not saying don't put in your accomplishments, but don't try to overly impress either. It just feels like we're in a limbo state where it's like, I should do this, I should do this, I should do this. I'm needing you to take a breath. I'm needing you to breathe here and kind of see. So is what I'm saying, is that making sense to you? Do this. Hold on 1 second here. Yes, it is. My first draft felt like me just writing what was in my resume. Okay, we want to come across, we want to have a little bit of heart when we're talking about this kind of stuff. And you're right, your first draft, I feel like, Ty, you have things to write about, but there you go. Perfect. The vulnerability is what we want. The vulnerability is good. The main thing I want you to do is when we're talking about writing and we're talking about being in that creative flow, yes, lean into the vulnerability. Write about that. I feel, so Ty, here's what I feel for you, my friend. I feel that you have a tendency to minimize the things that you've done or the things that you've been through, and you maximize other people's stories, but you minimize your own. I feel like you've had things that have happened, but you'll try to push that to the side and you'll try and say, well, that's not what they want to hear. That's not important. But the things that made you who you are in going to this school, the things you learned, the lessons that came from that, that's going to be the things that I think that are going to interest them the most. They're dealing with people all the time that are trying to impress them. Okay, look at how shiny my trophies are, and I'm a track star, and this and this and this. Okay, but there has to be something more. There has to be other things there, And I feel like you have more to offer, but you self-minimize. You take your own story and you say, it's not that great sometimes, or it could be better. I want you to be honest. I don't want you to feel like you have to embellish anything, and I want you to maximize yourself instead of minimizing your story. Kind of dive into the different parts of that, because to me, that feels like that's where the yolk or the real marrow of the story is. Um, the pressure I'm feeling is that when I reread my current draft, I don't think it reads as a creative story. Maybe I need a third eye to take a look. There needs to be a tie that comes through and says, this is it, right? Um, this kind of, it's kind of like a back and forth, back and forth. Um, I imagine you've probably read it to a few people as well. I imagine you're trying to get a few insights, you're trying to understand what that is. A 1,000 words max, and 1,000 words is not a lot. It sounds like a lot. 1,000 words sounds like a lot. It is not. I mean, if you're really dedicated, you can write 1,000 words in about 10-15 minutes. If you really have a story to tell, I kind of agree with that. It's not a lot of room. You're trying to pick and choose which experience to select. Hold on, let me take a drink of water here. Hold on. It's hard to write in conclusions when we're still on our journey. I feel like that's the main thing. It's hard to write a definitive end to a personal statement when we're still living our life and we're still writing our own story. How do we put an end to something that's still ongoing? How do we make a bang to something that's still, banging? How do we do that? How do we stop and kind of assess that situation? I feel like the best thing, hold on. I feel like the best thing moving forward, Ty, is it's kind of like we have to live in two different time spaces. I guess when we write, we have to be immersed in the past, yet we have to be in the present to write about the past. And I feel like the best thing we can do with that is the last time we had something happen that was deeply emotional, that meant something to us. Um, you told me we did a video conference not too long ago, and you told me some stories about how you wanted to be a leader and how you wanted to do that. I'm not going to go too into that, but you told me the reason why you're trying so hard. If it helps you, Ty, when you read it like it's from somebody else. think that it's from somebody else. Read it like you're reading something that's from somebody else. Right now, you're way too close to the situation to read it objectively, and you're scrutinizing, and you're making it so that you're looking over your stuff and saying, oh, that feels wrong, this feels whatever way. If we can somehow take our own self out of the way and read it, that can be helpful. But I understand that's difficult to do, but that to me is what's going on. Hey BK, so if you want to I do one question for 10 or 3 questions for 25. Thanks for the sub. I'm not doing any readings that way, so if you want to unsub, you can. But I don't do free readings, my friend. Sorry about that. You're welcome, BK. All right. So, is what I'm saying making sense, Ty? If you really need to, Ty, something you can do is look at, if it helps you, look at the art of storytelling. Look into something where we're telling a personal story. If you want to get the maximum effect out of that, look at how other storytellers tell their stories. Look at how they kind of talk about things. That can be something that helps you too. It's one of those things, right? It's one of those things that I feel like you can be prepared for it, and I feel like you can learn a lot more if we look at that. But I understand there's probably already a lot of pressure. There's a lot of stuff on your plate, and the deadline is approaching. But you got to trust yourself. You got to trust that things are going to be okay. Because otherwise, and I know there's a lot riding on it. I know there's things going on for you, my friend. I don't doubt that. But life isn't going to be a fun experience for you if we're always feeling that pressure, if we're always feeling that anxiety. Hopefully this happens, things go the way we want them to, and then you can start taking a breath, because I'm feeling like you need that. You need some time to recalibrate, so to speak. Hey Ravenwind, how you doing? The reason I didn't want to look at other people's statements is so I don't initiate their writing. Good call. I understand that. You don't want to have biases in your head already. I understand that. And with writing, you're probably thinking if you looked at their thing, maybe subconsciously you would put some of their stuff in yours to whatever. So I can understand that. I can understand that. If you've been working on it for months, yes, I can feel that there would be some pressure there, my friend. But I can understand that it's difficult. but we need to see what it is that's going on with us. We need to write, and we need to just be as good as possible with what we've got, right? Sure, Raven, I'm taking questions. You would be after Angela. So I'm reading Ty right now, and then there's Angela, and then you would be the next one after Angela. Do something like that, Ty. I feel like you're getting to the point now where you've sat in your own sort of stew for a while. I feel like having a fresh perspective or a fresh take would give you something that you need, and the crash course, doing stuff like that, that's going to help. That's going to help, I think. So just keep on that course and realize that no matter what happens, Ty, I feel like however life is meant to go for you, it's going to go, right? I know we have milestones, we have things we want to reach, we have ways we want to reach them and how we want to do them. But I feel like no matter what happens, you got this, and I feel like things are gonna be fine either way. But I do feel that you'll get this. So just stay in there, my friend, okay? Hopefully this helped. This helped in some way. Thank you, Ty. I appreciate it, my friend. Now, hopefully you can get some rest and relax a little bit. Start fresh in the morning, right? If you want, or whenever you can, but get some rest. I'm feeling like we need to unwind. We need to do something to relax us. You got this. You got this. You take care, Ty, okay? All right, Raven, I got your question. Let's look at that. And I got the PayPal, so let's... Or wait, we're on to Angela, and then it's your turn, Raven. Okay, so Angela, I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. You guys sit tight, and we'll see what we can do for you, Angela, okay? Are you still there? Just making sure. Okay, perfect. All right, Angela's mediumship reading coming up, and then we're going to do Raven's. Then we're going to do Raven here. Okay, so I'll be right back, guys. I forgot to put this up. Hold on. All right, Angela. So let me see what I can do here. So first thing I feel like I'm being drawn to is the, I guess the, I don't know, here report. First thing I feel like I'm being drawn to is the kidneys for some reason. I'm wondering who that belonged to, but it does feel like I'm being drawn to the kidneys. Maybe there was something with the person's kidneys here. Let me see though. Let me try and get more information than that though. So let me keep trying. I see someone, this person tried to hold on to their, it's like their sense of identity, or they were holding on to a lens where they were seeing things a certain way. I'm almost wondering if this is the Uncle Tracy that we were talking about, because I saw him reaching up and he's like grabbing a beam of light and he's holding on to it and he's trying to understand what this means for you. Maybe this could be some of your spiritual gift, but it feels like also when he was alive, and we've talked about this a little bit, but he wished he could have been there more, or he wished he could have said the right thing, or he wished he could have been more of an influence, but something was blocking him from doing so. Because I feel like he's holding on to this. the way I'm seeing it is he's holding on to this beam of light, and he couldn't give the light. He could not give the light. He could not give it away to where it needed to go. So he had to hold back parts of himself. It feels like he was holding back. Hopefully that's making sense so far. It does feel like Tracy, though, with this. The kidney thing at the first, I'm not sure what that was necessarily. Okay. Okay. So I'm getting this right here. I'm feeling like this person, the one thing I'm seeing is that they're taking their pants and they're pulling them up past their belly button. I don't know if they ever did that, but I could also read this symbolically to be someone who pulls up their pants to get things done. Like there's someone you could rely on, there's someone that was dependable to get things done. I feel like people knew this person to be more dependable and more of like if they say they're going to do it, they're going to do it kind of a thing. Not like this person was a shit talker or just said things to say things. It felt like this person would talk and there was merit behind the words. There was something behind it. There was substance. So they were dependable. That would be the word. That's the word I'm looking for. They were a dependable person. They were a loyal person. If they said they were going to do it, come hell or high water, they would do their best to damn well do it, kind of a thing. Let's see. Bobby was really nice and stood by his word, so it could have been... Okay. Let's see what else I can get here. Well, would the rest of this... Because if I can remember right, Bobby was someone we didn't get to know too well, but we knew him a little bit, right? Was that Bobby? So we didn't get to know his full story before he passed. I could be wrong with that, but I feel like that's how that was. Sometimes and maybe I'm wrong with this, Angela, maybe I'm wrong with this. Please let me know. Sometimes, depending on how we were raised or how we were brought up, good guys or great girls or whatever it happens to be can actually seem really boring to be with because there is no drama or there's nothing like that. And sometimes we equate love with drama, and so we feel like that it would just be a boring relationship. Again, I could be wrong with that, but a lot of us aren't drawn to that because we feel like it's too safe or it's too boring. And that's why doing healing work now can come in, because those people that are too safe or too boring feeling, a lot of the time those ones are the ones that are secure and that can help us grow as people. But again, I could be wrong with what I just said, but I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility. So did Bobby do anything? And again, please feel free to say yes or no. But I was seeing a blank canvas, and like I was wondering if Bobby was a creative person, or if he did any painting, or if he did anything like that. He was a lot older. Okay, so I can understand that. I can understand that, especially if he's a lot older. That's okay. That's okay because, if we're talking about being a lot older, that's up to you. You kind of want to start a life with somebody who's, gonna be around for a little bit, I would imagine. Even if he did seem like a great guy, sometimes age is, that does play an important factor. I can understand that. He loved to cook. Okay. I was seeing something being creative, so that makes sense. He loved to cook. Um, he was a creative cook. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I saw a building. I felt like he was standing outside the building, and then there was something to do with the building it was like a completely white building that he was standing in front of, but I felt like he was dressed more creatively. So to me, it was showing a backdrop of there being not necessarily something that would be super creative, but he made it his own. And cooking is creative, but I feel like he would make things his own. He would try things. He would mix it up, so to speak. Um, was he ever in the military? Do you know? I had the word general come in, and I don't know if that's general as in the word general, like to generalize, or if it's the word general like he held a rank in the military or he did something with the military. We can look here and see if there's any messages that are wanting to come through. Your uncle was the one in the middle. Okay. Okay. So let me put it this way, Angela. The words that I heard come through were this. I'm just going to write them out. It won't take me very long. Desert Storm, if you're not mistaken. Okay, who was then? Let me ask you this, Angela. Who was the one that had the kidney troubles? Do you know? Because the first thing that came through was kidneys, and then it feels like we're bringing through both these spirits sort of at the same time. And what I thought was one. Oh, I'm still learning, aren't I? Okay, that makes sense. HIV or AIDS messed with everything. Okay, so what I got, the message I got here, and this part of it felt like it was from Bobby, but a majority feels like it's from Tracy here. So what I get is this. Okay, so I got, this is for you, Angela. Go your way. Your path is yours. Find truth in separation. Do not let sadness grab you. The finding truth in separation is interesting. I believe when it says do not let sadness grab you, I feel like that's to say don't let something take away what's yours to have. It's okay to be sad, but I feel like sometimes we hold on to it. And just like with every other emotion, it's important to let things flow. But that's what I'm feeling here. Your path is yours. Find truth in separation. So I feel like finding truth in separation is because we're getting rid of what no longer is serving us. We're getting rid of, we're severing ties with a lot of things that are no longer working. And I feel like through that process, we're going to find our own unique sense of truth and our own unique sense of identity. And to me, that's going to be through love, and that's going to be through a sense of acceptance. Not because we wished that things were different, but because now we can focus on having things be the way they are and allowing them to unfold the way they need to so that we can heal. And that's where I feel like you're at now. So that I feel like is the message. He's talking about you, that this message is for you. So, because you said, do they have anything to say to you? And this was what popped up. I feel like you're doing good, though. You're doing well. It's just this one right here is saying that, I guess, to keep on doing what you're doing. Because you're taking the steps, you're taking the right steps. But we need to keep on that path. And it sounds like you are. It sounds like things are not deterring you anymore from discovering the truth about situations or yourself. I feel like you're not scared to look at things. You're looking at things head on and you're trying to discern if this is right for you or not, and that's perfect. That's where you want to be. So that, I see this as a win. I see this as a very positive kind of win. And if I do this, oh, you meant to see there a person he's telling you about. I didn't feel like it was that kind of message. This one to me just felt like it was meant for you, but not meant for a specific person. Right, you letting go. It doesn't say let go of the person we were talking about earlier. It's just, I feel like letting go of things in general that are no longer serving us. Right? Go your way, to me, is saying that we don't listen to other people, we follow our own path. And then your path is yours to find. Your path is yours, comma. Find truth in separation, period. Do not let. Go your way, period. Our path is yours. Okay. So I'll put it this way so it makes more sense. Hopefully this makes more sense. I am awful with grammar. Is yours. Hold on. So I wrote it out there in case you wanted to have that, but that was the message that I got. A lot of the messages, I'm just going to say this right now, a lot of the messages I get, they're always messages of love and appreciation and acceptance, but these are the messages usually for me, they come across sort of mundane. It's kind of like you're having a conversation with someone that is sort of telling a story, more so. But the love that I felt behind this message. Awesome. Okay, perfect. Perfect. I'm glad I wrote that out then. But a lot of it is like if you condensed a spirit's story, like I feel like how they lived, what they wanted, and how they were focused on things in life. They're going to talk about the things that they themselves, I feel like, wanted to do and things they wanted to accomplish. But they're going to do it in a loving way, and they're going to tell you ways that you can grow as a person too, because you're related. There's some family bonds here. And I really liked the message. Honestly, I thought this was really good. Find truth in separation. I like that. I need to capitalize that part though. That was the one that came through. I'm sorry, Angela. So who is the person? The only other message that I got, or the thing that I saw here, was I saw a person and they were like working out. They were like doing bicep curls, but they also had breast cancer. I'm feeling like, so who is there anyone right now in your family fighting breast cancer? If not, that's okay. That was just another thing that came through, and I thought I would put that out there. Okay, so no one in the family, but you're... No, but my good friend just found out that she should start. Okay. Okay. So I'm feeling there's a sense of hopefully she handles it well, because I saw someone working out. I saw someone not letting it get them down. Someone that's a fighter. Being there as much as I can for her. Okay, so she has breast cancer and you've been there. Okay. So it's not family related, but it's something you've been going through and trying to help this person go through something as well. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, so you're doing good. You're doing good then if that's the case, because that's the message I got, was that this person's going to be a fighter. I feel like help as much as you can, be there as much as you can. But yeah, I feel like that's going to be something good for you to experience and good for your character to grow through this. But I think you're doing good, Angela. I really do think you're doing good with that. And that's also a very, that's a very kind thing to do, to be there for people that need you in that sense. Take care of yourself too. Make sure everything's okay with you, and then help her with whatever it is they need help with. But right, and that's what I'm saying. I understand. I understand you're going through your own stuff too. It makes it so there's kind of a lot on our plate. Know that your uncle sees this kind of thing that's going on here, and I feel like he's around, especially when it gets a little more difficult for you. I feel like there's a sense of this spirit being around you, but let yourself, take care of yourself as much as you can. Be there for her as much as you can, but seriously, if you need to dial it back just for a second to focus on your own stuff, allow yourself to do that. It's not being selfish. There's no one to take care of us besides us at the end of the day. So if we need to take some time, that's okay for us to do that too. But I do understand it's a situation, though. Did that help you, Angela? Did that help answer your questions? Yeah, she has been there for me too. I woke up with a message from that. Made me cry. Hmm. You got this, Angela, okay? Be there, as like I said, allow yourself to be there as much as you can, but also be present with yourself too. I don't want you to feel like you're being put on the back burner. I understand there's situations, but we got to take care of us too. So you do this, you keep going. Hmm. That's good. It means you're in touch with your emotions, and it means that you got somebody in your life that is there for you. Love is a powerful thing. I love that. That's awesome. I'm glad, Angela. I'm glad you've got something like that. That's perfect. Things like that get us through the dark times, get us through the hard times. Hmm. I feel like Tracy is telling me something else here. I feel like this is the last message. So I don't know if you've been having trouble sleeping. I don't know if that's what's going on, but he's asking you to get some rest or to go to bed earlier or to do something with our sleep where we're getting more rest. I feel like we need more rest, and he's trying to say that we need more rest. Have you been burning the midnight oil, so to speak, Angela? It sounds to me like that we could use a little bit more rest. Well, he's wanting you to get some rest. He's wanting you to get some sleep. Some good sleep, like some... And then I don't know if he did this either. I keep feeling behind me like someone's grabbing my chair and they're rattling it a little bit, like they're having fun with me or they're trying to do something. I feel a lot of energy from this person that's very, like this person related with kids and children well. That's the kind of thing. I feel that kind of energy. But just get some rest, get some sleep. Know that this person is around you and they're going to be helping you through what you're going through. Just ask for their presence. Ask for them to be around. Ask for them to be in your presence, and they will be there. And sometimes when you're thinking of them randomly, it's because they are there. So I just want you to know that. Okay. Okay. He's there. He's watching over you, Angela. I also, well, okay, that was interesting. I felt a jolt hit me. I dropped my pen. I did that right before, and then a jolt hit me. Did he kind of joke around a lot? I remember we talked. He had a sense of humor. But I keep tasting a strong cinnamon taste. I don't know if he really liked cinnamon, Tracy, but there's like a strong cinnamon taste, or like coffee. I don't know if he really liked coffee, but I was tasting cinnamon coffee. I also like cinnamon coffee, but I don't know. There was something about the cinnamon there. All right, now that I was wrapping it up, now Tracy is deciding to give messages. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Maybe he's just imbuing me with... Okay, so he said this. Let's see, how would I do that? Trust me. So, I think it works on a couple levels. I think he's saying at the end, he's calling you love at the end, but he's also saying, trust in your path, find your inspiration, love. So I think he's using it as a way to say a nickname like love, but also to say something along the lines of your inspiration is in love. Your inspiration and your path is in love itself. And that's what I feel like he's trying to show. He's trying to show me. Why are you coming through now? So strong. Okay, so Teddy Bear. Okay. Hopefully that last part makes sense. That's what I felt like he was giving me as we were talking. But that's what I'm seeing there. Or that was what I got. I think he does. I definitely think he does like me because I just thanked him for the reading, and he was being very kind with that. I'm glad, Angela. I'm glad that was helpful. I honestly love doing readings with him. I mean, he comes through in such a loving way that I feel like he's family to me. It doesn't feel like there's a barrier with him. It feels like he put it all out on the table, and I can feel there was some. I just feel life with this person, even though they've passed on. I still feel that sense of life and that longing of like, um, I'm not doing justice with the hands. I'm feeling a lot of energy. I'm feeling really charged, and I'm actually pretty tired. So, and then he's laughing. So, there's a lot here. He's still very much alive, just in a different way. And just so you know. If you ever have doubts, yeah. Mm. He's still there. He's definitely still there. Sometimes, Angela, we get on the cusp of being able to understand our ability and our power, our spiritual nature. And the best way I can describe it is kind of like this. So, this might make sense to you, it might not, but I will do my best to explain this. Okay. Sometimes when we're developing our spiritual abilities, we get this. So, you're right here. So we ignore the black circle up here and look at this one down here, okay? So the black circle represents your awareness, your spirituality, your sense of self. The white circle here represents your spiritual abilities. So when the black circle is touching the white circle right here, you're in tune with something. And because of that, it's easier for you to pick up on presences and to feel that your uncle was there, if that makes sense. But then what happens is this. So then this dot goes inside the circle. It's no longer on the outside. The dot is in the circle. And just like if I asked you, if I was walking with you on the street, and I said, can you describe your own smell to me? You would say, I don't know, smell this way, I guess. I don't know. It's like trying to describe your own smell. It's like trying to taste your own tongue. It's like trying to do something like that. Right now, you're developing your spiritual abilities, And so it's going to be harder for you to discern the signs. And I know it sounds backwards. I know that sounds like it should be easier, but you're still getting used to your abilities and you're still trying to understand them. And sometimes we can be so in the thick of our own abilities and our own awakening that it's hard for us to see what's going on. And we can cloud our own judgment that way. So that could be something that's happening here with your uncle. I feel he's there with you all the time. But if you're not feeling his presence, it could be because your awareness is shifting. And because of that, you're not feeling his presence. You said you felt his presence when Stephen was there. That to me was when you were going through a spiritual transformation, right? And you realized you didn't want him there. And so now you're focused more on allowing things to happen and allowing things to take place. And so you're no longer on that bubble where you're feeling things and then you're not feeling things. Now you're kind of in the thick of it, and you've even had spiritual experiences to sort of cement that kind of way of logic, at least from what I'm understanding. That's what I feel is going on. Hopefully that makes sense, Angela. I try my best to explain things. They're kind of more, not difficult concepts, but hard to conceptualize, I suppose. When you're ready, there will be more signs. When you're more, when you're feeling more confident in your abilities, when you're focusing on that, there's going to be more signs. But it's kind of like if I told you, Angela, I said, all you'd have to do is believe in this slightly. I looked at you and I said, hey, I've been seeing the number 45 a lot. Almost everywhere I go, I've been seeing the number 45. It's been popping up constantly. And it's so weird. I don't know why it's happening. If you embodied the wanting to see the number 45 or wanting to see certain things, your reality will attract situations where you look up and you'll see it's 3:45, and then you'll look up and you'll see it's 4:45, then it's 5:45. Your brain is going to start wanting to make those connections clear. In this situation, though, we're trying to connect with the spirit, and we need to let them come to us. It sounds to me like he is coming to us. Maybe we're trying to look too hard for the signs to be there, to see the signs, but I do feel like there's something there. I do feel like there's some sort of communication you guys have together. There's something going on. And if it's not in the action of feeling a presence, it could be in the way you look at something and laugh. It could be in the way, there can be a lot of ways that spirit connects with us, and maybe it's not, maybe it doesn't feel like it's a super obvious connection, and that's what we want, is we want something that's really obvious, but he's no longer in the physical, and so giving strong physical signs is going to be a more difficult thing. It can happen, but you're looking for more subtle signs, and it's important to always just kind of be aware and be present in the moment to see those subtle signs. It could be that we literally just look at something, and right when we look at something, we immediately think of the person. And that seems unusual, because it is. That's spirit's way of saying I'm here. Because you looked at something and immediately you weren't even thinking about that person, but immediately they came in. But hopefully that makes sense how I explained that. Thank you very much, Tracy, for being here. I appreciate that presence, my friend. Okay, perfect. Perfect. You're very welcome, Angela. Okay, Raven, are you there? Hello, hello. Okay, awesome. So I have your question. You're wondering if you're going to get the job that you applied for. Let's look here. Will Raven get the job she applied for? Let's see what we got for you, my friend. Raven, hey, whenever is good. Whenever is good. I am not... It's not my bedtime yet. It's fast approaching, and I will get punished if I don't go to bed at a certain time. No, I'm just kidding. But it's not quite my bedtime yet. I still got some get up and go before it gets up and goes. Anyway, we're good. Don't worry about it. Shuffle these cards so let's see what we get. Will Raven get the job? We'll see what we get here. Okay, will Raven get the job? Okay, so I get these cards here. I get the World in reverse. I get the Door to Spirit upright. And then I get Patience in reverse. So I'm going to read it like this. So when I see Patience in reverse, I'm feeling like maybe there's a hurry up and arrive kind of situation. Like a hurry up and get here, hurry up so I can start something, hurry up so I can do this. And I can understand because there's wanting a reach for independence, right? There's wanting that, reaching for independence, wanting to have our own sense of self, our privacy, or whatever it happens to be. When I see the World in reverse, the Door to Spirit, I'm wondering here. I'm wondering if, okay, it was a last minute thing. I'm wondering here when I see the World in reverse if it's, I don't know if it's going to happen, first off. The reason why I'm thinking it's not going to, well, the World in reverse. But then we have Door to Spirit. And when I see this, the Door to Spirit, I'm wondering if maybe we don't get the job, but something else comes along. Or another situation comes along. Because, again, the World in reverse, it could either take longer than we're thinking for them to reach out to us, or it could not happen, and then something else comes along. Because Door to Spirit being right there is really making me think that the universe could possibly have other plans for us here, especially when I see the World card. Honestly, let me do this here. I'll put I'll put 3 more cards underneath these 3 cards, and I'll get a little more detail. But let's see. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so the World card is in reverse, but then we also get the Three of Swords in reverse. That's an interesting card to have right there. So I feel like we could be heartbroken, but maybe also not, because right underneath Door to Spirit, right underneath the Door to Spirit card, we get the Nine of Wands. So as I'm looking at this right now, it's really making me think, I don't feel like you're going to get the job, but it does feel like something else is going to come up. Maybe something better. Because then, on this last card, we had Patience in reverse, remember? I get the Temperance card. So that literally would be us kind of undo. So Temperance is like we're mixing things together. We're mixing and we're seeing how things kind of transpire, I guess would be the words I'm looking for here. But when we're mixing things together, we're trying to see where they stick. We're making our own sense of alchemy. Part of this is making me think that we're waiting for the right situation to present itself before we make any action. That doesn't mean that we're just waiting for the right situation, but we're going to be waiting until it feels right for us to try something. I have a feeling that you're not necessarily waiting for the universe to arrive at your doorstep and be like, here you go. But there's a sense of kind of waiting for a sign or waiting for the time for us to move. And I'm feeling like in the next couple months, um, I'm feeling like it's going to be time for us to take action and to move more in the direction. If you get the job, great. But part of me is feeling that it's not going to happen. And if it does happen, it's not going to be in the way we're necessarily expecting. I feel like there could be something where we're waiting, but it does feel like we're getting closer to where the universe would necessarily want us to go. The thing that the universe loves, Raven, is the fact that you're going out there and you're taking action. That's awesome. That shows that you're willing to put in the work in order to get the results. You're not just sitting down and waiting for things to happen. You're taking action, you're taking initiative, and the universe loves initiative. It loves it when people take it loves when people take the initiative on something, because it helps the universe decide how it wants to manifest for you, and it helps you to decide how the universe manifests for you to begin with. So I get good vibes here. It may not happen the way we're thinking, um, but I feel that right now, the way it is, it's meant to be this way. It just is. So hopefully, if you do get it, hopefully that goes okay. But just right here, the way I'm looking at it, it just feels like there could be some barriers. There could be something blocking our way, and I don't want you to get your hopes up. But hopefully, I feel like it still could happen. It's just not feeling like it's super likely, and it feels like there's something else that's going to come up in its place. That's kind of the thing that I'm getting here. So does that help answer the question, Raven? I know you said it was a last minute thing, so hopefully there wasn't too much writing on it, kind of thinking, oh, this way or that way. Like you said, 50-50, but um, yeah, that's what I'm feeling here. Well, I tried. It was probably a way for me to get my feet wet. We'll see. We'll see. It could still happen. It could still happen. It just the only other explanation I can give right here, it looks like a no, but it's like a soft no. So there could still be something that happens, but it could take a while for it to happen. Or this could turn into something else. This could turn into something where it could be a better situation for us. Yoshi, no. Get down, bud. Get down. Get down. I can see what you're doing. Get down, Yoshi. Get down. Okay. You're very welcome, Raven. You're very, very welcome, my friend. Thank you so much for coming on the channel and helping to support me. I appreciate that so much. Okay, Liz, are you there? I love the sun emojis. You got a good heart, Raven. Keep it going. Keep it going. You got this. Yoshi. What did I say? Get down. Get down. Get down. I know you can hear me. Cats sometimes, they're nature's devils. Okay, Liz, are you there? Oh, thank you so much, Raven. You're very sweet to do that. Thank you. I appreciate that, my friend. You didn't need to do that, but you're very kind. Okay. Awesome. Thanks again. They are fun. They are fun, that's for sure. Okay, hold on 1 second here. Let me move these over. So who is next? I just had somebody, because Liz said she would be last, and so I had somebody just put in for 3 questions. Thank you very much, by the way. So hold on a second. Okay, Chelsea, perfect, perfect. I didn't want to say the name. I didn't know what name you were going by on here, and so I didn't want to say your name. But, okay, perfect. And yes, you did. You did just Cash App. All right, so my friend, go ahead and ask your questions. Don't answer your questions. Ask them. You okay over there, dude? You're kind of spazzing out, aren't you? Yoshi, no. Oh, cats. Okay. Yes, okay, Liz, you are there. So after I do Chelsea's questions, then I'll do your questions, Liz, and then so you'll still be the last one of the night, Liz. Yeah, so Chelsea, ask your questions when you're ready. Or if you're typing them now, continue to type them. Okay. What are some question examples? I don't want to ask the wrong questions. Okay. That in itself is a good question. It depends on where we're going. And thank you, Liz, for saying that. I always forget to mention like and subscribe. It depends on where we're going. If it's a love question, if it's a, I'm curious where we're going with that. If you do ask a question and I feel like it can be reworded, I will reword it to something that's more suitable for an answer. I don't feel like there's necessarily wrong questions. You know what I mean? And if for some reason, the reason I do this, the reason I do Cash App and PayPal, is if for some reason we can't work it out, I can send you the money back. More than likely we'll work it out, but I'm letting you know there's usually no wrong questions. So if you want to try asking something, we can go from there. And I'm not super strict with how they have to be written or anything. So if it's love question, I can help guide you in that way. If that's something, Yoshi, stop it. I can see you. Okay, buddy. I love you. I do, but you're not gonna let it go, and there's nothing in there. I know. Oh, you're so heavy. Oh, you're so heavy. Okay, good. Heavy and fuzzy. That's a fun combination for a cat. Oh, okay. Yeah. He's a big boy. And is this your first? Let's see. I feel like you've been on the channel before, Chelsea, but I'm not positive. I get people coming on all the time. So hopefully it's not offensive if I forget. But you... I don't know if you can see him. You okay over there, buddy? You okay? Alrighty. Sorry, give me 1 second, Aries. Okay. Who are my spirit guides as far as loved ones that have crossed over? Okay, good question. That's a good one. So here's what I'm going to say, Chelsea, is that, and this is my personal belief. You're getting the midnight crazies now. Good Lord. Jeez. Camera was off a little bit, but he almost fell down. He's acting a little different. Okay. You haven't been here before. Okay. I was just asking to make sure. So thank you for coming to the channel and for trusting me with this. So who are your spirit guides as far as loved ones that have crossed over? So what I'll do is I'll look at people that are around you still. I think he's okay. I think Yoshi's okay. He acts a little, they call him the midnight crazies. And it's around midnight here, and he is acting crazy, so I think it falls in line. So what I believe, Chelsea, is that we do have spirit guides that are, helping us from the other side. But we also have loved ones that are kind of staying around and seeing what's going on with us. I generally don't believe, in my personal understanding of it, I don't believe that our spirit guides are our loved ones necessarily. Maybe like ancestrally they could be, but generally I don't think that. I think they could work with spirit guides, but they aren't spirit guides themselves. But we can see who's been around you and who's crossed over. I can try doing some mediumship and see what I can get. So would you want to try that? See what I can get mediumistically? Like who's been around? I'm still training as a medium. I have by no means perfected it, but I can give it a shot. And you can tell me if what I'm getting matches with anyone that has passed over. And you didn't in any way ask your question wrong. It's just what I personally believe is that spirit guides are like, they're our teachers and our helpers. Are you in the window? All right. Okay. Yoshi, no. Yoshi, no. Yoshi, no. I am so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. He's never this disruptive. I just did a mediumship session a minute ago. I was feeling that energy. I think he's feeling it too. Okay. So let's see what we can get for you, Chelsea. Let me use this paper here. Okay, very first thing I'm getting, Chelsea, and by all means, as I'm doing this, as I'm connecting, I want you to tell me if it resonates, if it doesn't, and it's okay if it doesn't resonate. You're not going to hurt my feelings, okay? I need constructive feedback so that I can get better at this. First thing that comes through is I feel like there's someone who the first thing they show me is their hands. Maybe that means that there's something with their hands. Maybe there was a deformity or there was some sort of characteristic with the hands with this person that was being shown. I feel like they were a male and maybe they passed in their mid 30s, or for some reason they're showing me themselves in the mid 30s. But that's the first thing I'm getting. If that resonates, great. If not, then I can try the connection again. So there's no harm done there. And maybe this was a grandpa or a great grandpa, maybe. But they passed, I feel like they passed pretty young. At least how I was shown that. Let's see. Okay. I feel like I'm seeing the person. It feels like they're opening their arms, they're wearing a white shirt, and they're holding one child. So I feel like maybe there was only one child with this person, or maybe this person had just one child when they passed. It feels like something where I'm opening my arms, there's one child. I feel like, again, I still feel like there's that younger presence of not being old when I passed. Because I feel like I have vitality, but then something happens. So I feel like it doesn't feel like I had any underlying health issues necessarily. I'm wondering if maybe there was an accident, something physical that happened to this person. But I was seeing them in white and they were holding on to one specific person that looked like a child at the time. And I feel like the person had, like they had a style that to me looked like the 50s, like the 1950s possibly, or something around that time, possibly. Not used to dealing with time frames like this, and so I'm still learning. I'm keeping my hand this way. I don't know why I'm doing that, so I'm going to stop. But, well, maybe I'll keep it. I do feel like there's something with the hand. The word melt comes through. MELT. Not sure why, but that is something that's coming through. And then I'm being shown a belly button, and the only thing I could think with, or like compare that to, would be naval, maybe in the Navy. I don't know if this person was in the Navy or if they did something in the military, but there could be something there that this person was pointing to as a possibility. I was seeing with this person, they were almost like these orchid flowers. And I'm feeling like I'm being forced to bloom, or I'm feeling like they're forcing them to bloom. So this person, I feel like, appreciated beauty very much. Okay, so it is your dad. Okay. Or has your dad passed? You held his hands as he crossed over. Okay. Okay, so that's why the first thing. But the mid 30s. How old was your father when he passed? Let's gonna take a drink here. I have a few questions here because it seems like we're getting somewhere. Okay. I'm definitely feeling the energy of this person. I'm just trying to place everything. So he was 62. Okay, so the 30s, that's interesting. Something I still need to learn, something I still need to understand. Thank you for letting me do that. We'll see what else we can get here, but so your dad, your father is around you, absolutely. What would the significance of... Well, I'm going to ask you this. He was in his mid-30s when he had me. Okay. So that would make sense. So his hands as he crossed over, the male, the mid-30s when he had you, the Navy. Okay. So had you later in life. Okay. That makes sense. So I had... Did your dad's name start with a G or a GR? If not, that's okay. I had a G or a GR come through, and I was curious. No, okay, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Thank you for clarifying that. The only other name, I got the name Owen. I don't know if Owen means anything to you. If not, that's okay. Sometimes with names, it can be a little dicey for me, but that's okay. Let me see what else I can get here. Okay, so the only other thing I got, and this one, I'm feeling the connection with him started to drift away. So if this part is off, I'm sorry. I do feel that he's around you, though. I definitely feel that there is a presence. Your father is around you. Um, but I'm wondering if there was a softer feminine side to your father. Like maybe... No, Owen. Okay. Like maybe knitting or doing something with fabric or doing something. I'm wondering if there's more of a feminine side. I had flowers come through as well, and so I'm curious what that would be because I had like an orchid flower come through, and then I feel like there could be a softness here. If not, that's okay. I'll just say right now, know that he is with you, that's something that I feel like for sure he is definitely around you, because the memories I had, the feelings I had, definitely there's a sense that this spirit is strong around you. And like I said, I'm still working on family relations and things like that, how people fit in to each other's lives. So I think we did okay with that. That wasn't too bad. Primarily, though, it feels like it's your father that's around. Because any other spirits I don't feel like came through, but it does feel like your father was around. Um, Hopefully that helped answer that. He gardened. Okay. So that makes sense. The flowers would be not like gardening. Okay. So that makes sense. Did he grow grapes? Was that something he did? Did he grow grapes? I almost had the word grape come in my head, but it felt kind of weird. I'm wondering if he grew grapes. If not, that's okay, but okay. That's fine. I appreciate you answering the questions, and I appreciate you letting me connect with him. I feel like we provided some evidence there, so that was good. That went well. Mid-30s when he had you, the hand, you were holding his hands at the time he passed. Flowers, he did garden. He was in the Navy. You were his only child. Um, so I feel like we got some evidence there, so I feel like that was good. Um, so did you have any other questions regarding the 3 questions? Because you still have 2 left. Go for it. Yes, I'm ready for your next question. Oh, thank you, Chelsea. That's very sweet of you to say that. Thank you. Very kind of you, my friend. Go ahead and type your next question. I am going to go use the potty for just a second. I'm coming right back. So you sit tight, write your question out. When I come back, I will address it, okay? So hold on 1 second. Within the next 30 days, what can you expect as far as a job? Okay. Okay, so as far as getting a job, is that what you're wondering? Will you get a job in 30 days? Within the next 30 days? Hey, buddy. In the next 30 days, what can you expect as far as job? Okay. That's the only thing, is I want to know the context. Are we talking about having a job in 30 days? Are we talking about what job should you apply for and then get in 30 days? Are we talking about the way you wrote the question is just a little confusing to me, but that's okay because we can talk through this and then I can give you the answer you're looking for. Instead of thinking I know what you're saying, I want to know I know what you're saying. You're doing good though with the questions. You are doing really good. So just take your time. I'm going to be right here. So hold on. Okay, so wondering about the context here, Chelsea. Could you tell me, are you looking for a job in 30 days? Do you have a job? Are you looking for, I'm just curious the context that we're going into here. All right, I'm just gonna. We'll just draw some cards here and see what we get. Within the next 30 days, what can Chelsea expect as far as a job? Alright, for the next 30 days, what can Chelsea expect as far as a job? So I get these cards here. We have Journey, which I'll explain in a little more detail here in a second. Anxiety. And then we have Adjacent Possibilities in reverse. Is everything okay, Chelsea? Liz was here. She's my last reading for the night, so she should, if she's not here right now, she should be coming back. But Chelsea, so I am getting right here that we are looking at Journey, Anxiety, and Adjacent Possibilities in reverse. So I'm curious if this is something that, well, maybe we're finding it difficult to find a job. Or maybe we're trying to find something like a way to get out of a job, a way to journey somewhere, to go somewhere else, to look somewhere else. But that's what I'm seeing here. Yes, you are, Liz. You're going at the end. I'm on her second question. She's got one more, and then it'll be your turn, Liz. But right here, it does feel like the next 30 days, it feels like there is a lot of anxiety over a job kind of situation. So I'm wondering if there's something here where we're going to be traveling, or we're thinking of traveling, or we're thinking of getting a job in another location. That's what the journey is having me think about. She's got her bags packed and she's ready to go. She's raring and ready. The anxiety, though, is maybe feeling like it's not time, or you did good, Chelsea. You're doing good. I didn't understand the context of the questions per se, but you're doing well, okay? And I'm not, there's no, how do I put that? There's no wrong way. Like, you're learning as I'm learning too. So you come on the channel and we're both learning from each other. Love is a good field to go into. Jobs is a good field, like you're doing here. Or you can have something where, well, you already did a spiritual question. What can I do to bring this into my life would be a question too. Like, what could I do to bring blank into my life, or how could I do this better, or because I know you're looking at a way to ask questions, and you're doing a good job. we're learning. We're learning how to ask questions, and in no way, shape, or form, it doesn't have to be a perfect thing. I'm learning from you. You're learning from me. You paid the money to ask me questions, and if I can help you in any way with that, I'm going to help you. I'm not here to get upset or to get angry. You can ask Liz. I'm pretty even-tempered. So we'll just talk. We'll talk this through, and we'll go from it that way. Okay, my friend? But it does look like here that there is a lot of anxiety for a job situation. It does look like it's kind of difficult for us to find where we need to go. Because when I see this, I see adjacent possibilities in reverse. Okay, you've already applied. Good, good. So then the journey and the anxiety. The journey and the anxiety is making me think. Okay, so the anxiety is the waiting. That makes perfect sense. Is it the only job you've applied to, Chelsea? When I see adjacent possibilities in reverse, it's making me wonder if maybe this is the only job we've applied to, or maybe it's the one we really want to get. I can go into more detail here. I just wanted to. I talk with people when they give me a question. I talk with you guys. I try to get more context. I try to get more of a story so that I can understand better. So that's why I ask questions to you. Liz is good. Liz is good. That's a person you can appreciate. She's good. It's cracking the old bones here. But that's... I can draw some more cards here, so let me look. Yes, she is, Liz. She's very sweet. So, underneath the journey card that I had, I'm trying to find out more information on this job situation. Underneath the journey card, I get Wheel of Fortune in reverse. You've applied for several positions, you're waiting to hear back. Okay. Then I get the Star card in reverse underneath anxiety. And then I get Five of Wands in reverse right here. So I'll just be blunt with how I'm seeing this. I'm not feeling like we got the job. Because the Wheel of Fortune in reverse on the journey, and then the Star card in reverse. The journey card is us traveling, possibly. Wheel of Fortune card in reverse is having things feel like they're stuck. Anxiety with the Star card in reverse is making me feel like it just right now doesn't feel like the right time. So it's not feeling like we've got it. I'm hoping I'm wrong with that, but it feels like we're worried for this kind of job, and but then We get 5 of Wands underneath adjacent possibilities. Both of them are in reverse. So it feels like there's something here where, just to me, the way I'm seeing this right now, I don't feel like you got the job. And that's probably not what you wanted to hear. And I'm sorry about that. I just say things the way I see them. Because there's a lot of reversal cards here. Every single one of we have 2 major arcana in reverse. The Star card, or the Wheel of Fortune, is in reverse, which is generally a card that's always moving, right? And then we have the Star card in reverse. I'll tell you here. The Star card in reverse is generally a card that I view as a travel card, like we're going to be going someplace. But when it's in reverse, when these cards are in reverse, it generally means that there's like something blocking us from getting what we want. In this situation, it just feels like it's not quite the time for us to get this job, even though it sounds like it's something you want to have. I'm not personally seeing that it's going to be something you get. Hopefully I'm wrong, right? Hopefully the cards are off or something, but it feels like there's a lot of, just when I see adjacent possibilities, this card here, this one's in reverse though. When I see this card in reverse, it makes me feel like we're set up in a situation that it's harder for us to get what we need. I'm almost wondering if there's any other option for you to possibly get a job, even though it sounds like you have your mind set or your heart set on, something like this, but it feels like it's not quite the time. It's not quite the time for you to get this job. And it feels like there's a lot of struggles, there's a lot of anxiety with this. But there could be something, because when we do get the journey card here, this one, hold on. That was the first card I drew. I'm wondering if there's something that's open for you in another area, in another place, maybe a place you have to travel to get to a job, but I'm wondering if there's something that's a little bit further away that could maybe be something that you could do. That's just what I'm seeing here. So right now, not feeling like you're going to get the job. Probably, again, not something that you feel excited to hear, and I'm sorry. I just say things how I see them. But that's what I'm seeing here. So at least within the next 30 days. You did say 30 days. Maybe it won't be 30 days that you hear from them. Maybe it'll be 31 days, and then you'll hear from them, right? But just for right now, for the next 30 days, I'm not seeing it. So hopefully that helps answer that question. Okay, so you are thinking about traveling. However, I'm making getting a job a priority so that I will continue to generate income. Okay, so hold on. Hold on 1 second, guys. Exactly, we're learning. We're learning, and I'm feeling like it's going to go okay eventually, but just right now it feels like it's more kind of in that realm of still figuring things out. So keep putting in applications, keep trying. Don't let this be a deterrent, but let it be something where we're going to try. We're going to try a few different ways to see what we can do. But Let me ask you this, Chelsea. It feels like this job wasn't necessarily the most exciting option, and that's okay. I'm feeling like there could be something in the future that will be a better match for you. But just keep that on the back burner. And if you're going to do traveling, if you're going to do something like that, I understand wanting to continue to generate income. That is kind of an important thing. But yeah, the journey card here, I feel like is good. And traveling is where we can learn, where we can have experiences, and where we can gain a lot of different stuff. I've applied to many, however, sorry. I've applied to many, however, there is a specific one that I want to get. Okay. I figured there was a specific one, because when I see adjacent possibilities in reverse anxiety right here, it makes me feel like instead of focusing on the other possibilities, we're focused on one possibility. So I figured that's what we were talking about here. And I'm feeling like, at least right now, within the next 30 days, I don't feel like that option's going to happen. Hopefully I'm wrong. I would be okay to be wrong. I would want you to get what you would want to get, but it's just what I'm seeing from the cards right here. So what would be your third question, Chelsea? And hopefully that addresses this one. That's okay. If the chats are coming in slower, that's just fine. Hey, James. Hold on a second. Okay. So I'll put you on the list here, James. Thanks for stopping by and super chatting. Let me. You're welcome. Let me write your name down. Here, hold on. Where did I put the... There it is. Okay, there it is. And then, Chelsea, ask your question, and then I'm going to address James' question, James's questions here after Chelsea, and then I will go to Liz's questions, and then I'm going to do this. So let's get rid of... Oh, that's the wrong. There we go. So there's this up here. I'm going to address everyone else's questions first, but there will be no new questions. So Chelsea, ask your last question if you wouldn't mind, my friend, and then I'll go to James' question, and then I'll go to Liz's question. And James, I appreciate you coming on again, my friend, and I don't want to be that person, but I don't think I was right the last time, was I? I mean, I was checking that AMC stock, and I don't feel like I'll do my best this time, but yeah. Okay. I was? It did the... Really? Okay. Okay, we can do that. Present and future. Maybe I was... Okay, if I was right. Oh, okay, okay. All right, well, thank you. I'll add you to the list here. So you're right after Chelsea. I'm just going to address her one other question. And then you're up next, James. So give me 1 minute here. And we'll see what we can do. Okay. Card pull for... See, now that's a good one, Chelsea. You would just like a general card pulling to see present and future. That's good. The way you worded that, perfect. And you're getting better at asking the questions. So I think you're doing good. You're getting the hang of it. I have people that come on here, they don't know how to ask the questions either. So you are not the first one, but you're picking up on it pretty quick. So let's do this here. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm yawning. Almost been live for a minute. I'll tell you right now, Bill, I need some winning lotto numbers too. That would be nice. Okay, so Chelsea and then James. Yeah, okay, Chelsea. Let's see what we get for you, Chelsea. So present and future. So presently I get the community card right here, which I'll explain. So the community card, this to me is, I'm feeling like maybe we feel more of a sense of community. This card kind of speaks for itself. Maybe we're feeling more connected, or maybe things are just flowing easier for us during this time. Or maybe friendships are coming more easily. It feels like there's a sense of we've got this kind of an energy. It feels like things are moving in the right direction presently. So I see this as a good card. The community card here is one that I feel like just kind of explains it all. It just says there's going to be more community, there's going to be more kind of an understanding, or more things kind of working in our direction. So it feels like we're not fighting against ourselves. It feels like things are more flowing. So that's good. That is good. However, the future, this is an interesting one. Not however, I shouldn't have said however. But here's the future card. So we get the storm warning card, but it's in reverse. Okay? Storm warning in reverse, I feel like means that a lot of our anxieties, a lot of the things that have been like troubling our mind, I feel like will come to pass and we'll feel better because of it. It's not the storm warning card upright. When I read this in reverse, the storm is moving away from us. The storms that we've been feeling, the troubled times we've been feeling, I feel like things are going to get a lot better for us. And I don't feel like they're going to get much worse before they get better. I mean, so this to me is really good. I'd say within the next, something's telling me 6 weeks, we're going to see things start coming into us a lot more abundantly. So by the middle of September, I believe would be 6 weeks from now. So by the middle of September, I feel like things are going to be flowing for us a lot better. So that's what I'm feeling here for the preferable future. And generally, I don't like going more than that, about 6-8 weeks. But that's what I'm seeing here. So more in the future here. So yeah. that's what I'm seeing here for you, Chelsea. Hopefully that helps answer, because that's more of a general card pull right here. Okay, let me figure out how to word this. Don't stress too much about the things we can't control. It's better for us to focus our attention on things that are kind of in our vicinity, things that we can understand. And so getting anxious and focusing, so much on a future that is not yet determined, I feel like that puts us in an anxiety state. If we can go more with the flow and we can kind of harness that, we're going to be in a better place. And I feel like you're getting better at doing that. I feel like you're someone who's, maybe you're learning how to handle stress, or maybe you're learning how to handle your own particular brand of anxiety. I feel like each one of us has our own brand. It's unique to us, but I'm feeling like you're understanding that more and more. So I see this as being a good thing. So yeah, I do feel like things are going to work out, especially when you get Storm Warning in reverse. That one is a card that, to me, it's like we're moving out of a difficult time and we're moving into something that's going to be a lot more fruitful, and things will happen for us a little easier. So hopefully, Chelsea, that helps answer your question. Give me a second here. Okay. All right. So with that being said, I'm going to go into James' question here. And we'll see what we can get. So James is wondering, he says, hello, my friend, I'm James Gregory, back again. My question is, okay, I gotta write this down. So Lindy PLC stock. Okay, Lindy PLC stock, Lingo. Lingo above 310. I am, Maxine. At least until I do this question and then Liz's question, I am still kicking. Above 310 before this week, Friday. Before Friday. Okay. I figured it. Yeah, I figured it was the symbol, but I don't know a ton about stocks. I'm still learning. $310. Okay, I figured when he said 310. But thank you for clarifying, James. I appreciate that, my friend. This week, Friday, 4 p.m. All right, let's see what we can do here. First thing I saw was which is the one that's, there's a bull market and there's a bear market, right? I know those two things. I get them mixed up. I saw a bear was the first thing. So is a bear market, is that going up or is that going down? That is downside. Okay, so first thing I saw was a bear. I don't know if it's gonna below 290. We can look. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second, James, and I can look for you, my friend. Hold on. ABBV go. Okay, we'll address this one first, and then I'll look at the other one. Okay, so sorry about that. Something's telling me here, James, the bear market, I feel like it's going to go 280 and then it's going to go 272. That's what I was seeing, 280 and then 272. I don't know why it was showing maybe the 272 is the bottom, but that's what I was feeling. I feel like it's going to go down. Hopefully I'm right. But, you know, the Friday time that we were talking about, I wrote everything down. So Friday, this week, Friday, 4 p.m., 280, 272. I don't know. Maybe something happens with the stock. Maybe it does feel like it's going to go down, though. Especially the first thing I saw was the bear. I'm feeling like it's going to go down. But let's look at this one. This next question. ABBV go above 125. And I know you don't want to bet against the market. I mean, you can, but that's not a... You're putting a lot of money if you bet against the market, and then if it goes up 1 point, then I know that part. I know that's not what you want. ABBV go above 125. Okay. Okay, so right here on my brain. Okay, right here on ABBV go, I'm feeling it's 132, 137. So you said would it go above 125? I feel like it will. But these are pretty drastic numbers. I mean, that's a huge percentage gain. Are these... Maybe there's stock, maybe there's meetings, I don't know. But right here, it does feel to me like ABBV go is going to be the one that rises, and Lynn is going to be the one that goes down. That's what I'm feeling. Hopefully that's correct, James. I mean, we were 1 for 1 so far, so hopefully we'll see kind of what happens. I'll keep an eye out too. Yeah, I don't know anything about stocks, but I do know earnings come out on Friday. Okay, that makes sense. So it's not it's an earnings report. So they go public, and then from there the stock can go up or down depending on how the company did. Am I right in saying that for these companies? So that would make sense. We'll see, man. We'll see. I'm hoping I'm right. I want you to keep making money. But don't shoot the messenger if I'm wrong, hopefully. I'm not used to doing these kinds of things, but hopefully it helps you, my friend. Hopefully it gives you something. And thank you for letting me in on, like, telling me the things there. So, all right, hopefully that answers your question. Okay, Friday quarterly earnings and revenue. I know a little bit about the quarterly earnings and having to do stuff. Well, hopefully I'm right and you can keep teaching me as things go along. I've been wanting to start trading. I'm into crypto a little bit, and that actually has been doing really well. I've seen some pretty good gains from the crypto, but that's a super volatile market. And yeah, you too. Have a good one, my friend. Okay, so Liz, would you want to ask your question, my friend? Will there be someone else other than Pisces coming towards you? Let's look at that. Let me stretch for a minute here. Okay. I got our cards here. Let's see what we can find out, Liz. Let's do the next 2 months. Will there be anyone coming towards Liz in the next 2 months? So I'm gonna do one for each week, okay? And then we will find out what we're looking for here. First week, second week, third week, fourth week, fifth week, sixth week, seventh week, and eighth week. Okay, so the most likely is going to be, so this would be this week, which isn't, there's nothing here. I'm trying to do the math here, so that would be the 20th, 26th, August 27th. So around, September I'm going to say September 17th, around September 10th to September 20th. But for some reason, September 17th is coming through more strongly. I feel like there's going to be something. The reason I say that is that's when we get the Ace of Cups, which could be the start of a new relationship or a new kind of love interest coming in. That's what I'm seeing is coming up for you. That's the most prominent card here, and the Ace of Cups is a really good card. That's like you're starting something fresh. That could be a really good card to have. So I would say September 17th is coming through. Also September 21st. For some reason, I know I gave you 20th, but September 28th, September 17th, September 21st are the ones that are coming through for me the most for this. So be expecting a possibility of something happening on the 17th of September or the 21st or somewhere in that time frame, because that's what I'm seeing is going to be someone coming towards us. Does that help answer the question, Liz? I know it's a little bit of a wait, but considering that we're working on ourselves, we're building up our boundaries, it gives us more time to keep working on ourselves, right? So I see that as a win-win kind of situation. Hopefully that helps you, Liz, my friend. Thank you for continuing to moderate and doing all that you do, because you've been helping the channel out a lot, and I appreciate that. I am going to head to bed. I'm sure you're tired too, Liz. And yes, it does. It goes by super quick, but I'm going to call it good for the night. You have an awesome evening, Liz. Let's both get some sleep, right? And I will see you hopefully on Friday. If not, that's okay too. Whatever works for you, okay? And I will talk to you when I see you next time, Liz, okay? Take care. And everybody else out there, take care, everybody. Have a good one. See you guys.